Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm trying to pull these up. Thank you, my Osha. Good afternoon, Tria, Maria, Candy D. I'm mad at uh I'm mad at Raven Monday. She's trying to ruin my life, actually. So yeah, we're beefing right now. Hold on, my sound is not. Yes, we are already beefing. Why does this sound so low? Hey, 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 hey. That's better, I think. All right. Oh, I forgot. I need to talk to you about Saturday. Are you available Saturday? Huh? He's got Weiler. Okay. Yeah. Oh. But yeah, Miss Monday's trying to ruin my life. Yes. Because Lincoln want to write down the words to that song and use it when somebody asks him to pray over the food. And I say, yes, yes. Who don't want to hear Lincoln Ware pray the words to that song over the food? I want to thank you, Heavenly Father, for shining your, what is it, light on me. You sent me somebody who really loves me and not just my body. That's in there somewhere. Who don't want to hear Lincoln pray that prayer over the food? And she gonna convince him not to do it. Oh, she trying to ruin my life. That would be the best prayer ever. But now it won't happen because she done prayer shamed me. Robert, good afternoon. Vincent, Doc Foster, Tria, Jerica, Kenneth, my Osha. I think I already said her. But good afternoon. McConnell, what's up? I got some stuff to talk about. I have to admit there's not much going on in the news unless you want to talk about January 6th, which of course we'll talk about, January 6th, this being Insurrection Day and all. But that and Omarion, about all that's in the news. That's about it. Oh, they're sending the memo again. They send that memo every year. Who is still doing it? I did. I said it on purpose that time. Because I'm kind of tired of talking about it. But it's here, so you got to talk about it. So. Not the no peeing memo. I don't think they ever sent a memo on that one. So I think technically you can still do it. Spencer, your job banned earbuds? What? Stand up for your rights, man. Cold in here. Experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. On the other side of the glass, Raven Mundy.
Hello.
She is your favorite millennial.
But today I'm not Emmanuel's. Apparently I'm ruining his life.
She's trying to ruin my life. We're gonna have it out, maybe. Hopefully it don't happen over the air.
I just want to make it clear that I'm not beefing with him. He beefing with me.
Well, yeah, because you're trying to ruin my life.
I'm not trying to ruin your life.
All
what
right.
I did today had nothing to do with you.
It affects me. That's all that matters. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Happy Insurrection Day. Happy Insurrection Day, everybody. Yeah, today marks the 1-year anniversary of the January 6th riots, insurrection, attempt to overthrow the government.
Is this officially like part of history? Like, is this what future textbooks are going to, mention? Like, are future textbooks going to mention January 6th, the day of the insurrection?
I think it all depends on who's in charge of writing the textbooks. If Republicans are writing the textbooks, today was a big tour through the Capitol building. If anybody with any sense is writing the textbook, then yeah, this is Insurrection Day. So happy Insurrection Day. Joe Biden gave a speech this morning. I actually didn't get a chance to catch the speech. I was doing stuff. So I didn't get a chance to catch the speech. I had to catch it later on. But apparently he mentioned some stuff about Donald Trump without saying Donald Trump. Which, I get it. On one hand, it sounds like a punk move. It's not like he gonna get sued for saying it. If you hear me talking about somebody and I don't say their name, it's usually because I don't want to get sued. Usually. Now, every once in a while, it might be because I don't want to fight nobody. Every once in a while, I might say something without mentioning the person's name just because I don't want to fight somebody. But usually, I don't want to get sued. And you can't sue me if I didn't actually say you. But he's not worried about that. So some people will say, that was a punk move. But I get it. You don't necessarily want to say the name of Donald Trump. I think if you say it 5 times in the mirror, then he pops up. So, you don't necessarily want to say that. But apparently it was a good speech. It made some people feel good that he was called on the carpet. All right. You can't beat that. Again, I'll go and I'll check it out. But with Insurrection Day being upon us, I wanted to talk about this. Democrats are exploring barring Donald Trump from ever holding office again. Yeah. A handful of congressional Democrats are investigating whether former President Donald Trump can be prevented from holding elected office again through the application of an obscure portion of the 14th Amendment. Section 3 of the amendment, enacted in 1868 and best known for enshrining the Equal Protection Clause, prevents any government official who, quote, engages in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. from holding office again. Interesting. According to The Hill, approximately a dozen Democratic lawmakers have spoken publicly or privately about applying Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to Trump, who, of course, a lot of people believe he incited the riots, the insurrection. It's being raised with considerable frequency these days by members of Congress and their staff, some of whom have sought the advice of a liberal Harvard Law School professor emeritus, Lawrence Tribe, I believe is how you pronounce his name. Apparently he's met with Jamie Raskin, Jerry Nadler, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, among others. They say that they continue to explore all legal paths to ensure that the people who tried to subvert our democracy are not in charge of it. Now, according to this article, it's unclear what mechanism would be used to apply Section 3 to Trump. Some experts say the House and the Senate could vote by a simple majority to find that Donald Trump engaged in insurrection against the government. So that's something they could do like tomorrow. And, if they could get like Joe Manchin and what is her name, Kristen Sinema, if they could get them on board, and then it would be 50-50, and then Kamala Harris would break the tie, and they got the majority in the House, they could make that vote, have it done, and then that's it. No more Trump. He can't run. But of course, they're not sure that will work. So some experts say just a simple majority would have to find him that he engaged in insurrection against the government. Others say that the determination would need to be made by a federal court or a neutral fact-finding body. But it's something that they're looking at. It's something that they're looking at. And they say if they make that determination, however it's made, because nobody's really sure. They put a lot of stuff in the Constitution like that. They put stuff in there, but they didn't really tell you how to go about doing it. If they can't run if, they've participated in rebellion or insurrection against the United States. All right, well, how do we make that determination? Y'all figure that out. I'll put it in there if you're not going to tell us what exactly it means. But it's there. And the Democrats just have to figure out how to do it. They just have to figure out how to do it. And I believe if you take that piece off the board, if you take the Donald Trump could run again piece off the board, I think that deflates a whole lot of the power that Donald Trump and influence that Donald Trump wields over that party. This is going to sound like it contradicts something that I believe, and it kind of does. But there is a possibility that there are some good people in the Republican Party. Now, I know I sound like Donald Trump saying that. There were good people on both sides. And you're saying that there might be some good people in a hate group. But there might be some disillusioned people who don't understand that what they're involved in is a hate group. Because I believe the Republican Party is a hate group. But there might be some good people on that side. And they're really just afraid. I believe once you get elected, you do some things because you believe it's right, but a lot of what you do is to try to get reelected. And that's not the way it should be, which is why term limits are a good thing. But you go up there and you're like, all right, I'm up here. I'm making some decent money. I got a lot of influence. People are listening to me. I'm setting up other opportunities to make money on the side. Because a lot of it is just about money. So I'm setting up opportunities to make money on the side. And then if I do get term limited out of this, then I can run for that, which gives me more opportunities to meet more people, to have more influence and set up some more opportunities to make some more money on the side. And then if this runs out, then I run for something else, which gives me more opportunity to meet more people, have some more influence, and set up some stuff so I can make more money on the side. Partner with some people, start a business, do some consulting, and more money on the side. And become the president. Then when I'm out of there, then write a book, so that's more money, and maybe do some production deals, and that's more money, and give some speeches and make some more money, and then come up with, because it's all about that money. It's all about that money. So they're not necessarily there to do what's right for the people. Not saying that there aren't people there who want to do what's right for the people. I believe they do. I believe they look at situations, and if it doesn't kind of go against them making some money on the side, they might do something good for the people. Especially if it feeds into them being able to have some influence and make some money on the side, then they might do something for the people. But I think a lot of it is a money game. And if you get booted out, like, look, I would be a one-termer. Because I would be in there like, I don't care about getting reelected. I want to do what's right for the people. And people would be like, I can't believe you voted for that. And I'd be like, because I thought it was what was best for my people. You voted for that? Yeah, I thought it was best for my people. Like, oh, you ain't getting no money on the side. And you're going to get attacked. Like, crazy attacked. Who's going to attack me? Everybody. Even the people I did stuff for, sometimes they're gullible. Sometimes they're gullible. And they fall for, big money people put out a message about me. They'll fall for it sometimes. A portion of them will. And you'll be like, but I did this for you and I did that for you. Yeah, but the commercial said. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not going to get reelected. And so if I'm not going to get reelected, I got to think about the stuff that I'm doing. So these Republicans are looking at it like, hey, look, I want to get reelected because I got to make that money. It's like, I'm not a racist, not a hardcore racist. I'm a softcore racist. I don't like them, but I don't say that out loud. I let them come over for dinner every once in a while, tolerate them. I even play pickleball with them every once in a while. I'm not a hardcore racist. I'm softcore. Then next thing you know, Donald Trump saying some bad stuff about you. You don't get reelected. You ain't making that money. But if they take that piece off the table, if they take the Trump piece off the table, maybe some of them will be able to, you know what? Yeah, I don't really like them, but they deserve to vote. So let me vote for this Voting Rights Act. Just simple stuff like that. Simple stuff. I don't want them dating my daughter. but I don't necessarily want the police shooting them and kneeling on their neck. So, yeah, the justice and policing. Yeah, let's go for that. You got to take that piece off the table. Democrats, hopefully y'all figure it out. 513-749-1230. It's Insurrection Day. I almost said Resurrection Day. It's Insurrection Day. How are you enjoying cookout on Insurrection Day?
What are we celebrating?
I don't know. Look, if 9/11 can be Patriots Day, January 6th can be something. Let me get a break in here. It's the Afternoon Experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
Radio 1 Cincinnati and the Ohio Media School are bringing you Diamond and DJ for a day with a chance for you to win a $1,000.
I don't play pickleball. I've seen it once. I was somewhere and it was some old. This is gonna sound. It's just the truth, and I'm just kind of being descriptive. I watched some people play pickleball. I was at a spot and there was a tennis court, and it was all of these elderly white people who, they couldn't really walk all that good. There's a lot of shaking going on. It's just the truth. I'm not. But they all had these paddles and these hard plastic balls, and they was hitting it. And I was thinking, and then somebody said something about pickleball. And I was like, that's what pickleball is? Yeah, they were just playing on a tennis court. They had these, look like big ping pong table tennis paddles. They were big, and they had a big plastic ball, and they was hitting it back and forth. They wasn't good. They were not good at it, but they were doing it. And I was like, oh, that's pickleball. Okay. I don't know what bocce ball is. Never seen it. I was not at a nursing home. It was at a, you know how like you rent out the clubhouse at an apartment complex? It's not an apartment complex, but it's a place where you can rent out the clubhouse. And next to the clubhouse are tennis courts. And they were up there hardcore at the tennis courts. This was in Montgomery. I was looking for Lincoln Ware. He didn't show up. But it was in Montgomery. A little space we rented out had tennis courts. And they were up there, and they was, old people going hard. And I ain't no beef with it. You 78, 84, and you can still run around or move around and do that. Hey, do what you do. Do your best to stay healthy and move and all of that stuff. So I'm not against it. But none of the people that I saw looked like the type of people who wanted a black man dating their daughter. And they got that right. But under the right situation, they might have been like, okay, let them vote. To the top of the hour. No, past the hour. I'm sorry. 22 minutes past. It's the Afternoon Experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. Read another story today about Ghislaine Maxwell. The same situation I was telling you guys at the end of the show yesterday, that one of the jurors came out and let it be known that he did kind of testify to the jury about his experiences having dealt with abuse as a young person. And I was reading another article by some in on a legal blog, and they were saying there's a really good chance that her conviction is going to be overturned. Really good chance that her conviction is going to be overturned and that she'll get a new trial. So, come on, y'all. Not y'all, but just people in general. You gotta be smart about this. If by some chance you get on jury duty, and by some chance you get away with, lying on your questionnaire, not that you should. Do not lie on your questionnaire. But if you choose to and you get away with it, and then you get away with going to the jury room during deliberations and making a difference for justice, and you get to testify and convince everybody based on your expert testimony in the deliberation room that this person should be guilty, and you get away with it, don't tell nobody about it. Especially if you really believe justice, like for real justice was served because of it. Why are you telling people? Like, oh yeah, I was in the jury room and they didn't believe some of the victims. And so that's when I had to come forward and say, hey, look, I was a victim. And they were like, why are victims wait so long? And I was like, look, I waited a long time too. And I waited a long time because of whatever. And so you should believe those victims because I'm telling you from personal experience that that's the way it happens. Don't talk about it.
People gotta learn how to talk in third person, or at least remove your if you like you said, if you gonna do that, if you gonna go about that way, if you're gonna be dishonest and however you get into the process, you don't sit in the deliberation room with the rest of the jurors talking about I, me. You just make general statements. Well, it's proven and it's history that most victims, they don't come forward 100% of the time immediately. Like you talk like that. You don't say I didn't do this and I didn't do that. You just don't talk like that. But question for you.
Oh.
Does any part of this to you about this juror, does any part of this seem in any way suspicious? Because we are talking about a case where you are dealing with an individual who has access to quite a bit of money. Like whatever her proximity was to Jeffrey Epstein, I'm sure along the way she gained or garnered her own amount of wealth. So I'm just curious, like, is there something that we as the public just don't see, something backdoor here? Maybe at a certain point she was able to get somebody to convince this juror to come forward with this claim of me having previous history of being whatever, and so if he come out publicly about that, it would overturn her conviction. And it sounds like conspiracy theory, I know, but you gotta kind of think like that when you're dealing with somebody who has that amount of access to wealth and to resources, because this is kind of stuff that happens.
Is that possible? Almost anything is possible. Do I believe that there's a chance that was what happened? No. I believe this was just some guy who went in. He may have said some things on the questionnaire that weren't necessarily true. But look, if you've got like a long questionnaire of some sort, there's hundreds of questions. I don't know exactly how many questions it was. It was in one of the stories that I read about it, but there were apparently a whole lot of questions, and it might just be no. Just, no, I never did any of that. And you maybe didn't read every question necessarily all the way. So then you get in there, you're not thinking about it, and you start testifying before the jury. You don't think you're testifying. A lot of people don't understand, or they don't know what constitutes whatever, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, what they're allowed to say, what they're not allowed to say. So it's possible that it was, it's innocent. And, he thought, I'm just sharing my experiences with these people, and that's a part of the reason why you want a jury by your peers, is because a part of the thing is, we have some shared experiences that we can draw upon. And so I might have experienced something that I can share with the group, and it helps them understand something. I believe that could be the case. That could be the case. Now, the whole coming out and saying it, I don't know if that's ego, because somebody said he wanted people to know that he did it. He was the one who secured a guilty verdict. So it could be some ego. It could just be some kind of ignorance, not knowing that this could get that conviction that you worked so hard to secure thrown out. And maybe you charged. Because he could be charged with lying on that form. That's perjury, I believe. So he could be charged for that. I don't believe it was a money thing, though. I don't believe it was a money thing. But that's just what I believe. I don't know. I don't know
It just
either
seems
way.
awful suspicious to me. Like, I don't negate your theory, because it's possible people end up being on juries and not knowing the full ramifications of it all the time. But I also think, again, because she is somebody who has access to a certain amount of wealth, she has her resources, and we know how these wealthy people get down. That's why we scrutinize when they are involved with law enforcement so much, because we know just the flick of a pen on a checkbook and it's all gone. It's out of their face forevermore. So I'm just slightly suspicious.
All right. Hey, it's worth being suspicious. Worth being suspicious. Let me get this break in here. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Oh, and if you didn't know, I'm on Facebook, I'm on YouTube, I believe I'm on Twitch and on Twitter. I got to check that the Twitter one. I might have to change a setting or two, because I think it's set to private, but I'm not 100% sure. But I'm on all of those. So if you want to watch and get involved in the off-air conversation, that's one way to do it. Let me get a break in here. It's the Afternoon Experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back. Somebody said I favor Donatello, the Ninja Turtle. All right. Will says, or just shut up. People don't practice that enough. True. Somebody said Raven looking spicy in that black. All right. B-Rap. 513 dude said her family got money. I can see someone getting paid to foil the guilty ruling. All right. William says politics is just a money game. All right. Miss Lucky Charm say you look real nice today. I love that yellow. Looks good on you. Thank you. Who got a sweater on? Sabrina said, look at you with your little sweater on. What sweater? Oh, you're talking about Miss Monday, I guess? Because this is not a sweater. I don't know. This is just a corduroy shirt. Did anybody do a rebuttal on Antonio Brown's saga? I want to talk about that just a little bit. Y'all know I don't watch football. So it's been a minute, and you know, I finally saw some of the video of him kind of skipping off the field and everything. And, you know, for a few days I had been hearing all of this stuff about him having mental health problems. And that's disturbed me every time I heard it. Because who are you to diagnose somebody based on this act? But then there's another story out. And so I want to talk about it just a little bit.
I've heard 3 different versions of the story, but the only one that's come from him has been that they tried to pressure him into playing while he was injured.
Carolyn says corduroy shirt. It is. It's a shirt. You can't tell, but it's corduroy. Like it's legit corduroy. Now, you hear it? It's corduroy. It's what color? I mean, I know it's a yellow, but it's like a really muted yellow, like a cookie crumb or whatever. Maybe it's a little more whatever, but all right. What? I've not tried to diagnose anyone based on their actions. I've not tried to diagnose anyone. It's not true. It's not mustard. It's not mustard. It's not quite like I don't know what it is. It's a yellow. It's a really muted yellow. Hold on, let me see. What color does it look like on the screen? Yeah, on the screen it looks a lot a little more vibrant than it is in person. Okay, more, yeah, it's kind of a butter yellow, maybe a little bit. Till the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. My title is the King of Talk. I don't care what Mac or Lincoln care, what they say about it. I heard him on his show talking that stuff. Only kings don't say that they kings. That's a lie. That's a daggone lie.
Historically, that's not true.
It's just not true. That just proves you ain't no king. Those of us who are kings know.
Oh, don't get it twisted. Your qualifications are still questionable because you still can't clearly tell us how it happened.
I told you how it happened. How many times do I have to tell it?
I need somebody to verify your telling of the story.
Look, some stuff happened in private. It wasn't a public thing, and it's in private for a reason.
How is that telling us what happened, though? Oh, some stuff just happened in private.
I told you what happened.
Yeah, you crowned yourself king one day.
That is not what I said. See, now you're trying to put words in my mouth. Please don't put words in my mouth.
That's what you said.
If you're going to put anything in my mouth,
can we not?
Make
can we
it
just no? Can
sweet.
we just not? Can
like
we just
cake, candy,
can we move on,
chocolate?
Please? Move on.
513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Hold on, let me talk just a little bit. Wait a minute before I do that. Do I need to talk Omicron yet, or do I hold off on Omicron? Do we want to get Omicron out the way?
Might as well.
Or do we want to save it for later?
You might as well get it out the way because you know people tired of hearing you talk about it anyway.
Okay, let's get Omicron out the way. This, according to Dr. Bruce Farber, Northwell Health's chief of infectious diseases and Dr. David Ho, a world-renowned virologist and Columbia University professor. All right? So it's not me saying it, even though I said it before. I said it, but because it was me saying it when I said it, I don't know nothing. So now we got two experts, two smart people saying it, all right? Omicron variant could end the pandemic. Yeah, these guys are saying that the high transmission rate of the Omicron variant could potentially mean that as it rips its way through the U.S. population, leaving antibodies in its wake, herd immunity may actually be possible. Yeah, Dr. David Ho, he's in this house. Dr. David Ho says sometimes a rapid fire could burn through very quickly, but then put itself out. Now, I know y'all don't, as apples and oranges. Okay, let me break it down for y'all because y'all don't like those type of comparisons. He's saying, look, a whole lot of people get it. Everybody get these antibodies, and then it kind of just ends up not being anywhere near as bad. Not anywhere near as bad. He's a Columbia University professor. Said his theory is a speculative one, but that it's agreed upon by other experts. Again, Dr. Bruce Farber, he's Northwell Health's chief of infectious diseases. He said that's the best case scenario. He said the virus will be a highly contagious variant that doesn't make most people particularly sick and creates a temporary baseline of immunity. He said it could certainly help end large spikes of deadly COVID with high hospitalizations. Dr. Anthony Fauci, y'all know who he is, right? He's Jesus. No, just Dr. Anthony Fauci. Of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. He contends that the country's focus should pivot away from case count numbers to the severity of cases. Says as you get further on and the infections become less severe, it's much more relevant to focus on the hospitalizations as opposed to the total number of cases. And here's what they're saying in short. I'm actually just going to be repeating something that I said. If you're going to get a coronavirus, not that you necessarily want to, but if you're going to get one, this might be the one to get. And then if everybody just gets this one, it's not as severe. So you'll have a lot less hospitalizations and death. And then we'll all have those antibodies. And as he said, there'll be some baseline level of immunity. Which brings me to the question of the schools. Now, here's what I think. And again, I'm no expert. Give it 6 months. Some expert will say this and it'll sound brilliant. We need to determine what the goal is. What is the goal with the kids? Is our goal to stop the spread of the coronavirus? Because if that's our goal, take the kids out to school. Give them a couple weeks, let everything die down, send them back to school. If our goal is to reach some level of herd immunity where we can stop being worried about it, send the kids back to school. Maybe even send them back to school, no masks, no nothing, just like chickenpox. Send them all in there. Let them all get this mild form, and some of them will get sick, little cold or whatever. Some of them might get really sick. If they got like health situations, kind of treat it like the flu. If they got some health situations, wear your mask, social distance. But everybody else, put them in there. Let them all get the mild form of the virus and build up those super kid antibodies. I don't know if super kid antibodies exist, but you know what I'm saying. Let them build up those antibodies and then let them go on about their business, and then we don't have to worry about it anymore. But it all depends on what's the goal. What's the goal? Stop the spread or go ahead and end this thing?
I know that they're saying this variant is mild, but are people still dying from it?
I'm sure they are, yeah.
And I think that's the issue that particularly parents would have with that theory. There is still a chance that my child could die. So I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea of herd immunity, because if my child can still, in the midst of us trying to figure out this herd immunity situation, if my child still can die, that don't appeal to me. I would much rather just focus on stopping the spread.
And that's why it all depends on what you want to do. It all depends on what you want to do. Now again, everybody's different. Different people, their bodies are going to react to different things. But if Omicron being very mild, is the dominant variant, or whatever terminology we're using now, and while the mild one is the dominant variant, and again, doctors are saying, if you're going to get one, that might be the one to get. And then if we build up this baseline of immunity, then whenever the next one come out, which people are saying there's a next one coming, and they're calling it Zeta. I hadn't heard that, but, I don't hear everything.
It's called IHU.
Whatever it is, you'll have some antibodies that will maybe be more effective. In fact, it's a different variant, so it might still have an effect, but there's a good chance less of an effect. But again, it all depends on what's the goal. What's the goal? I talked to that little baby last night. Little baby asking about coming over. My granddaughter, she's 4. She tested positive for the coronavirus last week or earlier in the week or whenever it was. And she swore up and down she's not sick. So I had to stop using the word sick, because she's not sick. So I had to just explain to her, you can't come over because you have this virus. And she said, the extent of her symptoms was one night she had a fever. That's it. Other than that, apparently she feels nothing. And I was talking to her last night and I asked her, how do you feel? Because, I forgot. I said, because, you were sick. And she got an attitude, like a for real attitude. And she said, Papa, I'm not sick. Maybe you sick. And I thought if I was in front of you, I'd choke you.
I love her to death.
But she's fine. The point that I'm making by bringing that up is everybody's body is going to deal with it a little differently. Now, her dad, he had a cold. He had a cold. Her mom, she had a little cold. The baby just had a fever one night. But neither of them, and again, that's just them, neither of them suffered any really severe consequences from it. Now, I was there to kind of help guide them through my previous experience. Because what I would tell you is, if you get it, don't lay around. Like if you get the flu, people tend to just lay in the bed, under the covers, take some medicine, whatever. Don't do that with this virus. That was my experience, is that the laying around didn't serve me well. Get up and keep moving. I know you can't go to work. I'll go for a walk around the block. Stay away from people, but get up and move. And so that was what I told them. That was what they did. I know you don't feel good right now, but get up and do something. Like once an hour, about 5 minutes. Get up and move. Walk around. And they say that's what they did, and they feel fine. So maybe, again, what's the goal? What's the goal? Stop the spread? If that's the case, everybody, everybody ain't gonna shut it down, but shut it down. Or try to reach some sort of herd immunity. And if that's the case, go out, be about, and we might even consider taking off the masks and not doing the social distancing stuff. But again, I'm no expert. Don't take my words as some expert stuff. Again, in maybe 6 months or something, somebody who is an expert will say this and it will sound brilliant.
At this point, we all experts because we all got the same amount of knowledge.
513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
All the news and information you need is just a click away.
William says the live chat be having hella spam. Really? I do see one, but I only see the one, and I'll get rid of that one.
This new law has made it so affordable. I'm only paying $52 a month, but there are quality plans for even less.
All right. So, yeah, over on YouTube, them spammers be, YouTube is they, okay, I do see another one. So there's two. I'll get rid of that one too. The spammers do be on it on YouTube. Brent says, we do not all have the same amount of knowledge, and countries like Sweden attempted herd immunity in 2020 with not so good results. But again, those first variants or whatever, strains, whatever, were apparently a little more harsh than this Omicron. I mean, even Dr. Fauci said, so you know it's got to be true, that Omicron is very mild. We didn't believe it when the South African lady said it, but Fauci said it now, so it's got to be true.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter and more successful.
Can you tell your cat joke? Yes, kid.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Telling y'all, I was behind the curve on this daggone coronavirus thing to start with. Okay? I was behind the curve. I wasn't sure about it. And I was like, I don't even know if black people could get it. But then some black people got it. And I was like, all right, black people can get it. It's real. Let's take it serious. Let's take it serious. So after that, I was behind the curve, but I might be ahead of the curve now, y'all. I might be ahead of the curve. And I might not. Eight minutes to the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. Emanuel Livingston, I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you for holding up the three fingers.
I do it every day.
I promise I don't know why. I'm just not. Anyway. And we're talking Happy Insurrection Day. Happy Insurrection Day. Maybe Happy Insurrection Day, because no one said Happy Patriots Day. But it's a day, I guess, that we look back at, for now, it's been 1 year since the insurrection. Since people tried to stop the voting process and just crown their president. So if you turn on the news, that's what you're going to see on the news.
I feel like I haven't seen nearly enough arrests for this thing. I feel like they have been treating this with kid gloves. And of course we know why. But like, it just pisses me off as somebody who has to pay taxes in this country because I'm a citizen. It pisses me off to see this, to watch this happening on the news right now, because I just feel like they have not adequately dealt with this situation at all.
What do you want to? Okay, let me ask you this. They've arrested like 700 some odd people. Somebody, I think, got 5 years in jail or something like that. Some people are getting 45 days or less or nothing. But what do you want them to get? Like, they were the pawns. They were, just follow me for just a second, because you got that look on your face like,
because I know
you about to jump on me. Don't jump on me yet. Let me get it out first. Do you really, and I mean, I know as a society it's what we do, but do you really want to punish the pawns more than the people who set the pawns up? The people who encourage the pawns to go and be a lot of those people were just, forgive some of my terminology here, but they was just dumbass people, and they're stupid and they're ignorant, and they believed some shrewd snake oil salesman.
Everything you're saying right now does not hold up as a reason why your illegal activity in a court of law. It doesn't hold up as a reason why your illegal activity is excusable, especially if you look like me and you.
But
so absolutely, I want you to pay for that. Absolutely.
But don't we usually get the people at the top, the ringleaders, are the ones who should get the most time, and the pansies, the pawns, are the ones who maybe should get like, do you really want somebody who walked in there and was just like, yeah, we're in the Capitol, yeah, oh, they chant, hang Mike Pence, yeah, oh, that's so-and-so, wow, I'm actually in chambers, wow, all right, let's go home. Do we really want that person to do 20 years in jail and prison?
Yes, with your dumb ass, because you knew better. Like, you knew better. At the end of the day, if that, like I keep saying, if it was me and you, if it was a bunch of black folks doing that, everybody and their mama and their mama's mama would be serving some federal time right now. And we know this. And I'm tired of dumbass white folks getting off the way that they do. Like, if I'm being real about it, that's what I see when I look at this. I see a bunch of angry, ignorant white folks doing whatever the hell they want to do to a government, a federal building, and getting basically, for the most of them anyway, scot-free. Don't get no repercussions for it at all. And I'm kind of tired of seeing that.
But if Donald Trump ain't gonna do no time, if the people around Donald Trump ain't gonna do no time, why are we?
It'll teach these dumbass people to stop following behind people who not gonna be there for you when times truly get hard. When they talk you into doing stupid stuff and illegal stuff on their behalf and for their benefit, maybe you'll think next time before some dude who look like a Cheeto and spouting all this racist rhetoric and nonsense, when he tell you to go do something stupid, you might think twice this time.
Okay, so let me ask the question, the legit question. I am a Proud Boy. Maybe not. I'm just some guy who flew in from Cincinnati because I really like Donald Trump. And I wanted to hear what he said. I believe his story that they stole the election from him. So I fly into D.C. I sit there and I listen to Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump Jr. and Donald Trump and so on and so forth. And I listen to them tell me they stole the election from you. Go take your country back. You got a trial by combat. I listen to all of that. And now I'm hyped. So I walk down to the Capitol because that's where the crowd is going. All right. So far, I haven't committed a crime. All right. So I walk down to the Capitol. Some people bust out some windows and beat up some police, but I don't participate in that, right?
You just in the midst.
So I'm just with the crowd. And so the door is busted open and people are streaming in. I didn't bust a window. I didn't kick down a door. I walk in because it's the Capitol. And I'm looking around like, hey, this is nice.
While they wasn't nobody in there talking about saying, hey, they was in there to
some of them,
stuff up.
Some of them were just there. And wait a minute, they don't call it the chamber. What do they call it? Whatever. The chamber is open. I'm like, oh, this is where they do the State of the Union.
House floor.
I walk in. I'm like, this is nice. It's smaller than it look on TV. But hey, they're chanting, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence,
Yo,
hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. It's a chant. You know what I'm saying? You gonna do a chant, because they're catchy. And all right, now the police is saying, get out, get out, get out, get out. All right, let me leave. How much time should that person get?
Minimum. I would say a minimum. 5 years. I'll give you that. A minimum.
5 years.
Absolutely. Because this is like, are we gonna take insurrection seriously or not? Are we gonna take treason seriously or not? That's what this is. You were a part of a group that committed treason against this country. You don't just get to skate by because you didn't hurt nobody or you didn't destroy no property. You were still there. You were still part of the group, and you were actively within amongst the group, and you knew what was happening, and you made yourself a part of it. When you saw people running into the Capitol building, you could have stayed your ignorant ass outside, but you didn't, because you wanted to be part of the group. You wanted to have just as much say-so and just as much credibility as everybody else who thought they was going to go home and post on Facebook how they took over the Capitol and all this other mess, because you were ignorant, and your ignorance deserves some jail time, period.
5 years is excessive if you ask me.
It's not to me.
It's excessive if you ask me. Some jail time, yes. Yeah, I'll give you some jail time. 5 years for just that.
But you know how our system works, Emanuel. You get convicted and sentenced to 5. You only serve like maybe a year and a day, and then the rest is probation, which they probably gonna release you from anyway. That's why I said 5, because you know how the system works for them. Even in trying to get justice for something that should absolutely get some justice, they still gonna get off when it comes to sentencing, because we know that's how the country works when it comes to ignorant white folks. That's how it works, Emanuel. 5 years is really probably not even enough. But because it's an ignorant white person, and because of how the law enforcement system treats them, they're gonna get 5, they're gonna serve a year and a day, and they're gonna have probation for maybe like 2 years, and then they're gonna get time served or something stupid like that.
All right, 513-749-1230. Let me process this. I'm open to listening, right? Because that's what we do. I'm open to listening. 5 years for that person just sounds like a little bit too much. And again, I'm not saying anything, but that sounds like, a 6 months, maybe a year. That's what that sounds like to me. Because there were a lot of other levels of people doing things. And to me, the scenario that I painted is like the lowest tier. The lowest tier. But let me process it. See what I come up with. You can give me a call, 513-749-1230. You agree with Raven? 5 years? Again, 5 years for the person who didn't bust no windows. The door was open when they got there. They walked in. They didn't kick nothing down. They didn't try to destroy anything. They walked around. They might have joined in a chant. But 5 years for that? Is that about right to you? Or is that a little excessive? Or maybe she's going soft on it. What do you think? It's Insurrection Day. Let's talk about it. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
WB.
Maurice is calling something dumb. All right, Pot. He says all those Black Lives Matter marchers who did nothing paid consequences just for being in the march. That is not true. It's 100% inaccurate. I participated in Black Lives Matter marches, didn't go to jail. So what you said is just factually incorrect. So, and you won't call somebody dumb. Scott says, I agree with Raven. But you have to remember, this is what this country was founded on. So they're only going to go so far up the tree. A regular Joe, you're getting some time. Politicians, celebrities, wealthy, nada. After. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. Give me a call if you want to share your thoughts on the sentences that these people should get. The insurrection people. How much time should they get? I painted a scenario. But of course, you know, mine was a little bit more of an innocent scenario just to kind of get a baseline of what people thought. And again, I'm not saying that no one should serve any time, but I think you save the big stuff for the big fish. Let me go to the phone. 749-1230. Elijah.
Emanuel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Raven. Yeah, I like to say in the blessed and exalted name of Yahweh that if keeping it right is what it's all about, and I know it is, then it's about going right to the former president. Matter of fact, my thoughts are within a very short space of time now, because patience is running out. If this government doesn't do what we all know to be the truth of what his part is and was in doing this thing, if they don't put him in jail, then they should let our people out, you know, as this thing being defective. So whoever got involved in that, if they didn't have enough sense to certify that the election was true and proper and watch the news, all the things that can help you form a good decision, then whatever time they got for damages and all that, just like Raven was saying, they go to an exponential factor when they deal with us in judging and sentencing. So I don't want anything less. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
But they're giving these people probation, 45 days, stuff like that.
Oh, well, you know how that goes. And if they really were led like blind sheep to the slaughter, then I can see the judge being, you know, case by case. But in terms of the planners, you have to go close to there, to the planners, to the funders, to the strategists, you know,
so actually, so it sounds like you might agree with me.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, because like I said, you got to have compassion. But right. here's how it's running, though, in terms of the reality that I can see, you know, like being on the pulse of the people, in terms of that real fairness type thing. If you can't get the former president into custody for his high crimes and treason, then open up the prison and jails and let our people out, because they've served sufficient sentences.
Well, that's not going to...
That's the movement I want to see take place, because it's proper, reasonable, and it's true, and it's right. And plus, Yahweh said the prisoners are going to be freed in such a situation where these leaders frame mischief by a law.
Elijah,
you know, you just don't see it right now. Elijah, you're blinded right now. You have...
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't. I just... Oh, my goodness. Oh.
I just want you to know somebody is pissed at you right now for hanging up on him.
I'm trying to talk to, like, I shut up and I let him go, but I wanted to interject, and we can't have a conversation. I just gotta hang up. I'm sorry, y'all.
He's cussing you out.
Marla, you're on the bus.
Hey, good afternoon, Emanuel and Raven.
Good afternoon, Marla.
I just wanted to give a brief comment about like the insurrectionists and the sentencing.
All right.
Because this is such a unique situation, and I believe in my heart that had they been successful, that Trump would have reinstalled himself as a forever president. They weren't doing all that just for 4 more years. That's just ridiculous for me to think that they would be doing all that, just have a whole coup attempt just for 4 more years. So I think it should have been mandatory minimums, just like a lot of crimes that we have now. I think anybody involved, I don't care if you just marched and carried a sign, I don't care if you were just standing on the step or if you hit whatever, it should have been a mandatory minimum.
And
so
what should have been the mandatory minimum?
7 years.
7 years?
I ain't mad at it.
7 years.
Hold on, Marla, let me ask you.
7 years if you're involved in a coup to try to undo the democratic process of this country. 7 years.
Because that's what we're talking about.
But hold on, Marla. You said even if you was just standing on the steps.
That's exactly what I said.
What?
Message sending. Don't they send messages all the time with sentencing? Message sending. You don't sit there and try to get with other people to form a whole coup. To tear down the democratic process of this country, to reinsert a person who lost an election, brag about it, go on social media, talk about it, tell your family members about it and all of that, and you just walk away with some probation? No. 7 years. I don't care if you stood on the step and just said Trump for president. I don't care if you was there and you marched up to the Capitol. 7 years.
See, and that's what I'm saying. It's not reasonable. Okay.
It is reasonable.
Maybe.
Why is that not reasonable? Go ahead.
Maybe, Marla. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I would give you, again, I don't think it's reasonable, but I would say maybe. If you say, look, if you went into that building, then mandatory 7 years. That I can mull over, and I might even be able to come to the conclusion you were right at some point. But if you marched, that's all they did was march. There's nothing wrong,
the intent of stopping our democratic process. That was their intent. Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
No, they just went to demonstrate.
They didn't go to no demonstration.
The people who didn't enter the building, that's all they went to do was to demonstrate.
They were standing guard for those who did enter the building, just to make sure that they were able to do what it is that they were set out to do. All of those people that were there were of a sound mind and of the same mind, and they did the same thing. They need to send a strong message so that the next people who attempt that type of coup or an insurrection will think about it maybe a little bit further. They're already still planning. I mean, come on. 7 years, period. Think about it first. 7 years. I'm in the car with you, and I claim I don't know that you're going to rob somebody, and you rob somebody, end up killing them, and you're doing the same time.
See, no. Hold on. I don't know that is a fair comparison. I would say a more fair comparison would be. And if you still with the 7 years after this, then I'm with you. They had marches here in Cincinnati when George Floyd died, right? And some people committed some crimes. So would you say everybody who marched should serve some mandatory minimum sentence because some people decided to commit a crime?
No,
right.
Because we're talking about committing some crime of busting the windows for property damage and insurrection. That was a horrible comparison. That's totally different.
It's not a horrible comparison.
Yes, it is.
Listen, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, Marla.
George Floyd died and was murdered. That's the truth. That's not up for debate. He died. People were marching for that injustice. These people that were marching on a lie. That never happened.
But they don't believe it. But they don't believe it was a lie. That's what I'm. All
I
right.
ain't going for that. It's easy to say you don't believe something when people start going to prison and all that stuff and getting jail. Saying, oh no, I thought, oh no, it was this and that. But all through social media, all this planning for weeks and weeks, you was down with it. You knew what was going on, even if you knew some people were going to do that.
What
You
if
felt,
they didn't
okay,
know?
to align yourself.
What if they just thought we are going to the Capitol to listen to a rally and some speeches from the president and his men, and then we get there and we gonna march from the rally to the steps of the Capitol, and then we going
And you
home.
made that decision then to stop your original plan to listen to the president and march to do some other shit. So 7 years. Oh, sorry about that, but yes,
It's
7
all
years.
right. All right, Marla. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
They like to send messages for us. Send the message.
All
We
right.
talk about message sending right now.
All
The
right.
energy I'm with.
Let me process it, Marla.
All right.
All right.
I get the point that you're getting at, because I think I've thought about this as well. At some point, if me and my people become angry enough with this government where we decide to march on a Capitol building or a federal building, not that we have any intent to invade
Right.
it and do anything illegal, but if we decide to demonstrate outside of a government building,
Come on.
we don't, that's completely different, because
Yes.
the issues, why are you doing that?
Because you preaching to me. I'm feeling you so far. I got to encourage you. Hopefully you stay in the same vein. Go ahead.
I can't stand you. But if we decide to take our demonstration to a government building without the same energy, because I don't feel like whenever we protest, I don't feel like we ever bring that type of energy.
Now hold on. You was on the right path. You were on the right path. If you and your people decide to march with, you know what I'm saying, it's some stuff going on.
First of all, we're not even going to make it to the Capitol building because police is going to be lined in the street on the way there and ready to make some arrests.
You can march to the Capitol building.
Emmanuel, how did they, do you remember how CPD reacted when we just decided to sit outside of City Hall? Do you remember that?
Well, yeah, I remember I was almost
then,
arrested.
So
but
you know what I'm talking about.
Hold on, but that's not.
You almost got arrested for just recording.
But that's not the point.
It is the point. That is the entire point. And you're trying so hard to miss it. And it's annoying my soul.
I need you to calm down for me. Because I feel like you about to come through the glass.
I'm not.
And I'm scared.
I'm just over treating ignorant white folks with kid gloves. You knew what you was doing. You deserve whatever repercussions you get.
Let me get a break. I'm processing this, and I'm willing to give some. But y'all not willing to give any, and what I'm saying is reasonable. It's Insurrection Day. When we discussing it, it's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
Get ready for the Urban One Honor.
Urban One Honor!
Presented by T-Mobile. Hosted by R&B superstar Neo. What's going on?
Again, look, I'm telling y'all, I'm willing to consider mandatory minimum even if you went into the building. I'm not willing to consider mandatory minimum for somebody, because hear what y'all saying. Yeah, I'm ignorant. I'm a damn fool. But I believe they stole the election from Donald Trump. So he's holding a rally in D.C. So I fly to D.C. just for the rally. And then after the rally, we march to the Capitol. We get to the Capitol. I'm there. The rally is happening. We're chanting 4 more years. All right. Woo, that was fun. I go home. I got a mandatory minimum 7 years because I went to a rally and a march. Do y'all realize how dangerous that is? Look, that's why I say I'm willing to consider if you walked into that building, if you participate in any violence, I'm willing to consider mandatory minimum. But Marla said, if you went and marched to the Capitol, you didn't necessarily know that people was going to bust in the Capitol. You get a mandatory. Come on, y'all. Y'all know that that's excessive. If you didn't even, some people marched to the Capitol and left like, what the heck? No, this ain't what we came for. Boom, we out. Because we don't want to be part of no criminal behavior. That person should get a mandatory minimum 7 years? Come on, y'all. Y'all know that's not reasonable. That's not reasonable. No, Shahira. She said, Shahira says the majority of those people were there the whole time. We're not talking about anybody that might have just marched and left. You know that, Emanuel. Stop it. She said, if you showed up and marched, I asked specifically, what if you didn't even go into the building? You just thought it. I laid out that whole scenario, and she said, I don't care, 7 years. And y'all was all on her tip, like, yeah, go Marla, run for city council, Marla. You the best, Marla. You should be on the radio, Marla. You the queen to talk, Marla. Okay, y'all didn't say all of that, but y'all know that's what y'all was saying. And Kenny, that's exactly where I'm going with it. Because if we're saying, and that's why my scenario for the Black Lives Matter marches was a good comparison. Because if we're saying, if you just showed up, marched, and left, you get a mandatory minimum 7 years. You didn't do anything criminal. You didn't have anything to do with it. You had no criminal intent. You didn't know nothing criminal was going to happen. You might not even know nothing criminal happened because it might have happened after you left, but you still get 7 years. You don't think that they're going to use that the next march that happened? Round them all up. But somebody broke a window. They all getting some time. That's what they did at the Capitol. You don't think that if you set that precedent, it's going to be used against us? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Y'all not being reasonable. I said I was willing to consider the mandatory minimum for somebody that went in. I said I was willing to consider it. And then y'all went, see, that's why you can't give y'all nothing. And now people are attacking my physical appearance. Boy, you ugly today, Yoda twin looking ass. Stop it. Why have mercy for them? They have none for your black ass. Why I gotta look like Yoda? Because we don't agree. What? What is wrong with y'all? Oh my God. What is wrong with y'all? After 1 o'clock. If you're listening to the replay, what time did it still come on the replay? But Lincoln is on from, let me do the whole rundown. 6 to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday. It's the Russ Parr Morning Show. 10 a.m. till noon. It's the Lincoln Ware Show. The man who wants to be king. Noon to 3. It's the afternoon experience with Emanuel Livingston. 3 to 6, keeping it real with the Reverend Al Sharpton. Keeping it real with the Reverend Al Sharpton. 6 to 8, replay of the Lincoln Warren Show. 8 to 11 is a replay of this show. So then this would be 22 minutes or so after 9. All of that just to get to that. So if you listen to the replay, there you go. And we're talking, it's Insurrection Day. It's Insurrection Day. January 6th, a year ago today. There was an insurrection. They're still trying to arrest people, and they are still determining the punishment for people. They've not arrested Donald Trump or any of his people. Well, I guess technically Steve Bannon, although him being in custody was not because of what happened. It was because he didn't want to do what the panel ordered him to do. I don't know. What do we do? These people getting like 45 days. Somebody got 5 years. That's the longest sentence so far. And ask him, what do you think? And you guys are being ever so slightly unreasonable. But that's why we have the conversation. Who knows? By the end of it, y'all might have convinced me that anybody who even believe that the election was stolen should go to jail for 8 years. Yeah, I believe they could have stolen the election. Lock him up. But I didn't do anything. Well, you believe something that led other people to the Capitol, and, you know.
It's plenty of less ignorant white folks who stayed home or didn't go to the Capitol that day. Who don't even got to worry about serving no jail time because you wasn't there, you didn't partake, you didn't do no ignorant stuff. Everybody else should do the same thing, and you wouldn't have to worry about it. But because you wanted to be there and you wanted to capture your treason on Snapchat and IG and Facebook and everything else, you deserve some time. Period.
We'll see.
And I'll say this is the only place where me and Miss Marla differ. I'll say if you was just standing outside looking, I might give you a minimum of maybe a year of probation. But if you made that decision to cross that threshold and do all that foolishness, busting windows and walking all through the Capitol and snapping pictures in Pelosi office and all this other foolishness, you deserve some time.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. I agree that you deserve some time.
5 years minimum.
Let me go back to the phone. Sharif.
Manuel Raven. What's going on?
Sorry, hold on a second, Sharif. I'm sorry, Damien. I forgot. Damien, you're next. I apologize because I skipped over Damien. Go ahead, Sharif.
Yeah, Happy New Year to both of y'all, right?
Thank you, sir. Happy New Year to you as well.
You need to revamp how you started your show, bruh.
Oh.
Because it kind of leaned towards you not having any consciousness at all, but I know you do.
Oh.
So why would you open your show saying Happy Insurrection Day? What is there to be joyful about that day? There's nothing, man, to be joyful about that day. Oh. You remember that day, and then you come back later on in the show and you say it's Insurrection Day. Y'all, that's where you should have opened your show. If you the king of talk, Raven be busting your head with the knowledge, bruh.
Oh.
I mean, for real. Check yourself, bro. You call yourself the king of talk. Soon you won't be. She'll have your show. Peace out.
Oh.
I hope you don't feel like I'll be busting your head, because that's not my intent.
I think that is your intent.
Wait a minute. You already accused me of ruining your life this morning.
I think you feel real good about what Sharif said. He just bust rule number 3 wide open. He just busted wide open. I think you like it. I think you're happy about that. Can't contain your giddiness.
Listen, when I'm right, okay?
Well, I don't know.
And today I'm right. Today. I know you don't want to admit it to yourself, but the king of talk is wrong.
Oh, boy. Let me go back to the phone. Damien.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm a first-time caller.
Thank you for calling, sir.
I do got something I want to say. I've been listening for a little while. I'm actually at work, so I got to keep it quick.
All right.
But I just wanted to say, Raven, you hit that on the head. You were on fire with everything that you said about that insurrection. Treason is the worst crime you could commit in America. There's nothing like worse than that. And I personally, unfortunately, have the unfortunate experience of going to jail for a lot longer for stuff that was a lot less than treason. But if you look treason up, I think you can still get the firing squad for that. I'm not sure how, if that's true or not, but that's what I've heard. But there's nothing worse than that. So when people raid the Capitol, doing what them, like she said, them stupid white folks was doing, and then they get away with it to black men like me, it's like they would have murdered me. They would have murdered me and many others. Like, didn't nobody really, I think one person got shot. But if it was us, it would have been thousands of people that got shot.
It would have been a massacre.
Yeah, it would have been a bloodbath.
We would have been calling today massacre at the Capitol.
Right, exactly. And then that knowledge alone, just knowing that bothers me. Bothers me a lot. Like, just knowing that, man, if that was us, it would be so different. But because it's them, they get all this leeway and it wasn't that bad. And, I just don't understand that. I really don't. I'd like to know what you think, though, Emanuel, about, like, do you understand that treason is like the worst crime in America that you can commit?
I understand what treason is.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than that. So if they get to do it, and then we could never do it, then how equal are we to them? That was just that's just my thought. I just wanted to put that in the atmosphere. And once again, I wanted to say, Raven, you said it way better than I think I could have. But you really on point today. Keep it going. And thanks a lot for taking my call, y'all. I gotta go though.
I appreciate your call.
I don't know how I feel about that call. I feel
like you're gonna be in your feelings for the rest of the show.
We have rules here for a reason. To maintain order. The natural order of things is getting a little off balance. We might want to. It's not funny. It's not funny.
It is funny.
513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Let me get this break in here. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
Radio 1 Cincinnati and the Ohio Media School are bringing you Diamond.
Yeah, they busting route number 39 wide open. I'm going to let them do it. I just want y'all to know, though, this ain't convincing me. Since I was headed that way. Like, I even gave a little ground on the people just walking in and walking around. I gave a little ground on that. Well, that's what I'm saying. Every time I give a little ground, then y'all want a little bit more. It's got to be a mandatory minimum for the people who walked in and didn't do anything wrong. That's not reasonable. But, okay, I give you that. No, it's got to be a mandatory minimum for the people who just marched and didn't even go in. Like, come on, y'all. Come on. Y'all know that's not reasonable. And then y'all put me in a position where I can't consider the reasonable because y'all being too unreasonable. This is an insurrection. I don't know how I feel about this. We won't have no insurrections on the afternoon experience. And oh boy, Sharif was mad because I said Happy Insurrection Day. Like that set him off from the beginning. And I'm supposed to be the king of talk. That's what you call yourself. Oh my goodness. I might need your assistance, Tropicana. Hold on a second. Raven in there trying to take my show. So I might need you to handle that for me. She gonna be the king of talk.
Back in my day, y'all wasn't even allowed to talk.
That's true. It's true. Thank you, Scott. Scott is reasonable. Scott says, actually, you both are right to an extent. If you broke into the Capitol, you should be charged. If you just marched, never set foot inside, didn't do any damage, you should not be charged. Even though we know what they would have done, maybe, to black people.
Plan.
513 dude says, does he understand what treason is? Just because you say something doesn't make it so. I don't know why they being mean to me today. I don't know, Terry. Because they're bad people. 25 minutes to the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am the king of talk. I'm with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. On the other side of the glass, Raven Mundy. She's a millennial. She's a millennial.
I'm your favorite millennial.
Today. Your favorite. You are their favorite millennial today. You know they're a fickle bunch. But we're talking about the insurrection. I keep almost making the mistake. We're talking about the insurrection. This is the 1 year anniversary, January 6th, where people tried to basically take over the country. And they've arrested over 700 people. They say they are looking for hundreds more. And just wondering, what should these people be sentenced to? I don't believe 45 days is enough. I don't believe 45 days is enough. I don't believe, a month is enough. I believe 5 to 7 years might be excessive if you're on the low end of things that happen. Definitely don't believe if you just happen to be at the rally and march to the Capitol, you should go to jail. But I'm asking the people what they think. People are not being reasonable today. People are not being reasonable. And people keep, well, if they was black, they would have. I agree. If they were black, the whole situation would have been different. But even then, the people standing outside wouldn't have been arrested because they didn't break a law.
It would have been something, Emmanuel, because we've seen it with protests. People just walking away from a protest because and quote unquote violating curfew or whatever, and now they
wasn't violating a curfew.
But I'm saying we've seen how law enforcement works. They make up laws in the moment to get black protesters and black demonstrators in trouble with the law. So why can't the same tactics be used when a bunch of ignorant white folks invade the Capitol? I don't get it.
749-1230. Let me go back to the phone. I might have to cut that mic. I don't know. I don't know.
See, don't do that.
I have to
Don't
do
do that.
something. Let me go back to the phone. Vernon,
What's going on, brother?
how you doing?
Yeah, leave her alone, man. She on fire today. She is exactly right, but this is where I kind of agree with you. There's this guy that works for your station, kind of looks like you. He almost got arrested for basically videotaping with his cell phone.
Yes.
And they were going to, I'm telling you, Emmanuel, I ain't never been afraid for you, but I thought they was going to do something to you that day. Now,
They
you
were
wasn't
ready.
doing
They were
anything.
ready to go hands-on and handle business.
Yeah, and you wasn't doing anything. And you wouldn't have deserved that. Now, if you was, like you said, if you was walking down there and you was with the protest and you didn't go in there, then whatever fine that you should get for trespassing or whatever the case be, that's what you should get. But the people who was in there, I'm talking about the dude who had his foot on Nancy Pelosi's desk. I'm talking
Definitely.
about the dude who claimed he's a vegetarian and couldn't eat,
Yes.
the Wolf Man and all that. Them cats, the ones who was beating the cop. Because I watched that whole thing on TV because I had nothing to do because my knee was messed up. I had the knee surgery. So those people should not only get that time, but any other time that goes against it. Because here's the reality of it. This country can't go through this every 4 years. Every 4 years, we don't like the president, we're going to storm the Capitol. Now, you can keep on getting away with that if you white. But we also saw what happened when Black Lives Matter did a peaceful protest at Washington. They had the dogs, they had the helicopters, they had the snipers, they had everything. And that's what makes a lot of people like me still kind of believe, even the Democrats is probably in on some of this. Because this was just, you can't tell me all those cops didn't have guns. They couldn't shoot. They couldn't defend themselves. It's like, come on. But at the same time, if you was trespassing, what's trespassing get you? That's what you should be charged with. There's a lady, she's a real estate agent. I don't know if you saw this on the news. She's doing 60 days in federal prison. And she was down there. She flew on a private jet. She was with a bunch of people. She walked in. She was all on Facebook and everything else. She got 60 days. But it destroyed her business. The one who had his foot up on Nancy Pelosi's desk can't get a job nowhere. He does he's renovating houses or whatever, roof or whatever he does, and it's affecting some of them because everybody ain't on that. So, whatever you did, that's what you should be charged with. And this whole the thing when they was in there with the guns and all that, you got to get a whole lot more. But just saying,
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's from it. But we all do agree also though that if it was black people, it'd have been a slaughter.
I do agree. Yes.
And then that's all. I actually am looking at it right now on TV. How they marching in there and all that other stuff, and and the fact that a lot of people still believe that these were Antifa. Antifa, they're Democrats dressed up with Trump flags. That shows you a lot of, like Raven was saying, the ignorance and the stupidity of a lot of these people. And we wonder where the country's really going. Those are the people. It's not the young people that's going to destroy the country. It's people like that that's going to destroy this country. So that's all I have, brother.
All right. Vernon, I appreciate your call.
Peace.
All right. 513-749-1230. I'm not down with the 45 days. I'm not necessarily down with the minimum of like 5 years. Whatever the crime, like you said, whatever the punishment is for whatever the crime is you committed, that's what you should get. It should be on the high end. So like if the punishment for trespassing is up to a year in prison, then you get the year. Because it was connected to the insurrection. So you get the high end of whatever, up to $1,000 fine and up to a year in jail. Then that's what you should get, the high end. Y'all on 7 years. That's Carl.
What's going on, my brother? How are you?
I'm fantastic. And you, sir?
I'm all right. I'm dealing with such thing as a crime called guilty by association or affiliation. I like to say that all the stuff they done to us, it came back to slap me in the face. You know, the drug dealers.
Hold on, Carl, I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying, sir.
Well, basically, all I'm saying is, for all the stuff we don't want to put up with.
Hold on, Carl. Are you on a speakerphone or Bluetooth or something?
Oh, I was. My bad, man. I got you.
All right.
But, as I was saying, Tukey Williams, Demetrius Flannery, Larry Hoover, all the stuff they did, and come back and smack them right in their face. So I feel like they should get the max, whether it's firing squad, death, you know, because if I was riding with you, or I'm going to just say this, if you was riding with me and I had a crack in my car, you going to jail just because you was with me. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying nothing else. You know, if you do the crime, you should do the time. And they messed up. Treason is the worst crime to do. You know, they sentenced Tukey Williams to death for the things that he did, and I don't think nothing is as bad as going up in the Capitol with those guys did, bro.
All right. All right, Carl.
You know what I mean? That's good.
You do the same. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Got a few other things that I want to discuss today. I'm going to process everything that I heard. I'll let y'all know the conclusion that I came to before the show is over. Before the show is over, I'll let you know the conclusion that I come to. And it's just my opinion. But I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the dialogue. Somebody said, repeat what he said, because it was a little difficult to understand him. Basically, he said, they give black people harsh penalties all the time. And if you was in a car with me and I had crack, I don't know why that was the scenario. I'm not here to judge. Then you would go to jail too, just because you're in the car with me. And so he feels like they should get whatever the worst penalty possible, if that be firing squad or whatever, just guilty by association. That was the point he made. So let me mull all of this over. Let me get a break in here. Y'all gave me something to think about. That's why I like having these conversations. Ain't gonna bully me, but I do appreciate the conversations. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
Here's what you need to know with Simple.
513 dudes say, stop saying if it was black people. Ain't we past that lame stuff? Not to mention, we aren't stupid enough to storm a government building because our candidate lost. All right. Brent says, I'm certain we think sentencing should be equitable, whether you're white or black. But do we want everyone to get the punishment that white people get now or get the punishment that black people get now? I would prefer to see everyone get the punishment that white people get. That's what I would say. I want to see everybody get the punishment that white people get. All things being equal, because Janice, I understand what you're saying. But all things being equal, if I do crime A, and the circumstances are very similar, almost the same, and white person does crime A, we should both get the same punishment. And, of course, we know, white people's sentences are typically lower, much lower than black people's sentences. So I would rather see the black people's sentences go down as opposed to the white people's sentences go up. Because I do believe white people get a little sympathy and understanding, mitigating circumstances and all of that kind of stuff. They get all the benefits of the doubt. Give us the same benefits of the doubt. Give us the same benefits of the doubt. That's all I'm saying. Give us the same benefits of the doubt and then let everything even out that way, as opposed to nobody get no benefit of the doubt. You're an animal, you committed a crime, and we giving you the harshest sentence that we can. Don't do that to everybody.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council. When it comes to prescription medication, it is essential to apply safe practices to protect health and safety. To avoid
Anthony Hall says it's the Raven Monday show. Anthony Hall is a hater. He is just a hater. It is the afternoon experience. .513 dude said, forget jail. A couple felony convictions will do more damage than jail time. All right. Tony says they were a herd of animals that went into the Capitol building. Here is a question that I'm pondering. It's a lot of people that's like, I ain't no American. America ain't for me, and blah, 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 and so on and so forth. If you're one of those people, do you even care about the insurrection? Like, do you even care? Like, oh, send them to jail. It's treason. But next week, you'll be talking about, I ain't no American. So, 9 minutes. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. Okay, last thing on the insurrection. Maybe not the last thing, but one of the last things on the insurrection. I know a lot of y'all. You ask are you American? Are you proud to be an American? I've asked that question before on this show. A lot of y'all ain't proud to be an American. A lot of y'all don't even consider yourself American. But now you big mad about the insurrection because they tried to overthrow America. But you don't care about America. So what are you really big mad about? Like, what are you really upset about?
I feel like you're talking to me because I've shared those thoughts before that I don't always feel like I'm proud to be an American.
I wasn't actually talking to you, but you can definitely address it.
I definitely will, because I do have those feelings at times. When you live in a country like America and you are a black person in this country, it is very othering and it is very isolating to experience your blackness in a country that don't care about you, don't love you, ain't never cared about you or loved you or, was looking out for your well-being. And so when you are placed in this position, you are constantly at a catch-22. Well, I am technically, by documentation, I am a citizen here, so I do have some ties to this country just based off the fact that I was born here. But when it comes to what patriotism is, that doesn't apply to me because I have no reason to be a patriot in the sense that America likes to push patriotism down your throat. It's very like pick and choose when it comes to patriotism in this country.
So if
if ignorant white folks can pick and choose when they want to be patriots, so can I. If you can pick and choose what it means to be a patriot for you as a white man in this country, and for you, because I'm sure a lot of them people who went and did this, they considered themselves patriots as they were committing insurrectionist acts.
They did.
They considered themselves patriots.
No
So,
doubt.
in the same way, at this point, I feel like patriotism itself is it's a state of mind. It's not really something that you can put parameters on. It's a state of mind. And my form of patriotism as a black American, get these ignorant white folks some charges, please. The same way y'all treat us when we stand up for our rights as Americans in this country, when we go and demonstrate and protest and demand the rights that we should have and we supposed to have as American citizens, when we go and fight for that stuff, that is us acting out our patriotism in this country.
So, are you patriotic or no?
I am patriotic in the sense of I am when it comes to me and my people, I am patriotic, absolutely.
Okay, and so how are you tying this insurrection to your patriotism when it comes to you and your people?
Because I'm looking at this situation and I'm understanding that if it was me and my people doing this mess, we would be dead.
So it's not so much that you have a problem with what they did, it's the fact that you have a problem that they got away with what they did, whereas you wouldn't have.
Absolutely. I also have a problem with the fact that it was basically allowed to happen and no repercussion was given out, because at the end of the day, patriotism. That is my issue. White patriotism and actual patriotism are two totally different things. And as long as you can paint it as patriotism from a white mouth, from a white leader, from all of these Republican GOP senators who claim that these are just American people expressing their First Amendment rights or whatever, as long as you can paint it with that picture of patriotism, it's all good. White people can do whatever the hell they want to do in the name of patriotism.
All right, let me process that too. If you have thoughts on that, if you are one of those people who, when I asked the question, are you proud to be an American, you were like, no, I ain't proud to be no American. America ain't for us. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. If you are one of those people.
And it's still landing on us.
If you are one of those people, how do you justify the strong emotions of patriotism when it comes to the insurrection? Like, from my perspective, either you down with America or you ain't down with America. If you ain't down with America, then why would you care about the insurrection in a country that you ain't down for anyway? 513-749-1230 if you'd like to discuss. Bill.
Hello, and Happy New Year to everybody.
Hello, Bill, and Happy New Year to you too.
I have witnessed President Biden inauguration all day long, and I'm hearing you, Emanuel.
Wait, hold on, Bill. They've not been playing President Biden's inauguration all day long.
Well, on the stations?
No one's been playing the inauguration.
On the channels, Emanuel?
No one has been playing the inauguration.
I saw him on TV.
He was on TV. He gave a speech. That was not his inauguration.
Well, that's just my opinion. It may be the wrong word that I'm using, but overall, I mean, I'm hoping that you can comprehend what I'm saying.
I do.
But I'm also hearing what Raven is saying, too, and I agree with her 100%. We are black, proud Americans, okay? African Americans, proud. And like I said earlier on,
hold on, Bill, before you go further. So you're saying you are, without a doubt, a proud American. You are proud to be American.
Absolutely, Emanuel.
All right.
Absolutely. Did I stutter? No, I didn't.
Well, you
now
might.
I'm gonna say this, and please do not interrupt me, please.
I might.
Okay.
I might.
See, that's the problem. See,
it's not the problem.
Like a couple weeks ago,
conversation.
It's like a couple weeks ago you said on your program that
we don't have to agree with you, but you know what? What you can at least do is let a person finish what they're saying.
But you would still be talking about the inauguration if I would have just let you finish and not interrupted.
Well, my point is that, Donald Trump, and I'm going to make it clear, he is totally responsible for the whole mess. It's disturbing of the families of those that they lost. Okay, it's disturbing to this day, Emanuel, and it's just so disturbing that I'm stuttering. Okay, and I normally don't stutter, but I am going to proudly march on ML King Inauguration Day. Okay, and the thing is that I am going to march for my rights as an African American. Just like I said on the Lincoln Ware Show, a lot of the brothers need to put the bottles down and the reefer down and all that, and get this man the props that they have the opportunity of being in the streets. Because back in the 60s, if you was a black man out in the streets, you got your head beat in. But overall, I mean, the thing is that we as black Americans, we belong here. We are going to be here, whether they like it or not. There's going to be yous, there's going to be me's, there's going to be Ravens, there's going to be Lincoln Ware, there's going to be us. In other words, they're not going to erase black people in general. But overall, I am going to march ML King Day as a proud African American of what this man has done for us. And overall, the thing is that the minorities, and they listening, and I'm hoping they listening, because hopefully you'll stay away from that day where you don't cause trouble. And that's people like Joe Dieters, who enjoys stirring the pot when it comes to black men being, incarcerated for, minor crimes and everything. And he just stirs the pot. And I'm aiming right at him, because the thing is that he don't see justice. He just see a black man making a crime, committing a crime. And he's just stirring the pot over and over and over again. And I mean, like I said, I'm a proud African American. I know Raven is a proud African American woman. And Emanuel, I don't know what to think of you. I really don't. I mean, I'm just going to pray, because you need praying. And that's all I got to say. Goodbye.
All right, it's the top of the hour. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I will not be attending Martin Luther King's inauguration, but that's just me. That's just me.
Emmanuel, shut up.
Hopefully, he'll forego Martin Luther King's inauguration, and he will spend that time praying for me, because I need prayer. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
WGDC Cincinnati.
That man is going to Martin Luther King's inauguration. Y'all see what happened? Y'all see what happens? Just don't interrupt me. Y'all see what happened when I don't interrupt the people? Martin Luther King gets inaugurated.
See, that could cost you around $10,000 in
legal fees and increased insurance rates. And doesn't a guy who's back living with his parents but calls them my roommates just scream Mr. Right? Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzz driving is perfect. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Hey, this is John Legend reminding you, be kind, be safe, wash your hands, practice social distancing.
I'm just pulling it all together.
Everyone is struggling right now, some more than others. Hopefully we can all get through this together.
And world events we're talking about on 1230 The Buzz, your talk station.
Three minutes after. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. I hadn't even heard about this story. Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer, he coached for Florida for a while. I think he won some national championships down there. He coached up at Ohio State for a while. He went to, was it Jacksonville? Was it Jacksonville? I think it was Jacksonville. And he ended up getting fired. And people have kind of, I'm sure he would say people piled on. Well, there was one defensive back who says his name was at Ohio State. He says that Marcus Williams is the defensive back. And he says that Ohio State used a photo of Trayvon Martin while he was up at Ohio State to illustrate and enforce their no hoodie policy. They showed him a picture of Trayvon Martin to enforce their no hoodie policy. And when this came out, Urban Meyer was heated. Urban was heated. And, sometimes you just got to stand up for yourself and you got to tell the truth. Urban says, we did not and would never show a picture of Trayvon Martin. My gosh, no. He says the team did enforce a no hoodie policy, but they never used a photo of Trayvon Martin. He says our team rule was no hats or hoodies or sunglasses of any kind, but only in team meetings, just so we could see their eyes and make sure, they was paying attention and they wasn't asleep. That sounds reasonable. So he says, look, it is absolutely false. And you can check with any other player on my teams during that time to confirm what I'm saying. He says other players know that what he's saying is false. I would never do that. He's crossing the line here. These are all direct quotes. It seems people are just piling on now. He said, but that never happened. That never happened. Apparently Urban Meyer went and had some conversations with some people, and he says, up until an hour ago, I didn't know. He says, I wasn't in that meeting. He says, and none of the coaches were present, but he says a support staffer who was in error and later on apologized. Well, he did show him a picture of Trayvon Martin as an example of not being able to wear hoodies. But I didn't know it until I went and talked to a former player. And that former player told me what happened. Apparently former players told Powell that a white OSU staffer used a photo of Trayvon Martin. They say he was truly uneducated on the situation and didn't really have any idea of the story behind the image. The white dude And he just saw a picture of a kid in a hoodie. He didn't know it was Trayvon Martin. He didn't know anything about George Zimmerman. He was just some white guy, and he showed him a picture of Trayvon Martin to illustrate the no hoodie policy. So Urban Meyers backtracked and said, okay. It did happen. Even though all that other stuff that I said, that would never happen. We would never do anything like that. He's piling on. He's crossing the line. And then later come back and say, okay, yeah, we did it. We did it. But I didn't do it. I wasn't there. And none of my coaches were there. Just some other guy. Some other guy who, he would, really? You mean to tell me that just some random other guy is allowed to just come in and tell the players, this is the policy? No coaches had anything to do with it. Just some random guy. So I could have walked in there with a picture of some KKK dudes and said, no hoods, guys. And they'd have been like, hey, who is that? We don't know who that guy is. Come on. Urban, we not believing that.
But of all pictures, I'm sure if you put on Google right now, hoodie, the first thing that you gonna see is not even gonna be Trayvon Martin. So how do you make that big of a mistake? Like, that's gotta be intentional.
Well, Urban said he just found out about an hour ago after talking to some other people. But look, this is one of the things I'm always trying to tell people. How about before you respond so definitively about something, you check into it a little bit? Just check into it. How do you tell the media, no, that never happened, never would happen, and you can ask any of my players and they will tell you that never happened? And then you go ask a player and he like, yeah, that happened. Why wouldn't you ask somebody first? Like, hey, I never saw that happen, but did you ever see anything like that happen? I know that's what I would do. If somebody said, look, Emanuel, I was listening to your show one day. You wasn't there. I was listening to your show one day and this happened. Somebody said so-and-so. My response would probably be, I can't see that happening, even though I can't say with 100% certainty that it didn't. Let me ask around. Let me see what happened. And then I'll be like, Raven, I wasn't here one day. Somebody said that somebody said something. Did that happen? And then Raven be like, yeah, that happened. And I'll be like, oh, I didn't believe that it would happen. But I'm glad that I didn't say with 100% certainty that would never happen on my show. But with something that serious, because I consider that serious, I got a feeling you would know. I feel like you would know.
Just for reference, I literally just Googled man in hoodie and no picture of Trayvon Martin popped up. So this has to be intentional.
Well, the guy apparently had no idea who Trayvon Martin was.
That's a lie.
He had no context.
That's a lie.
No context for who Trayvon Martin was or why showing that picture to, a group of young, predominantly black men would offend anybody. He had no context.
Why are you lying?
He ain't never heard of Skittles.
Why you?
And he just thought Arizona was a state. He didn't know it was even a drink that people drink. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Robert.
Yes, how you doing?
Robert, I'm doing all right.
All right. I just wanted to, even though I don't know the context of it.
Hold on a second, Robert. You sound really muffled to me. Are you on a speakerphone or Bluetooth?
No, I'm not on the speakerphone. Can you hear me better?
Now I hear you better, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I said I didn't catch all of it. I don't know the whole thing of it, but I caught a little bit of the Urban Meyer thing you were just talking about.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and this is my thing. Okay, just playing a little devil's advocate here.
All right.
Say if he did. Say if I'm not saying what am I trying to say? Say not saying if he did, but say if the I guess the other guy who he's saying did it, the guy on the totem pole, I guess he's saying he did it or whatever. Okay, but saying he did do it. My thing is this: what if it was done in saying like, don't wear a hoodie, using Trayvon Martin as an example, saying don't wear a hoodie because this is what could happen to you if you do. I mean, that'd be something the other day you could say to your team, like, don't wear a hoodie because you could be mistaken and this and blah, blah, blah can happen and this way you can lose your life.
Why would that be okay to say to your team?
I don't see what's wrong with saying that to your team.
Really?
Saying that would happen. No, I'm not, because it's true. I mean, it happened. You know that, right?
I don't think that had anything to do actually with him wearing a hoodie, but
that was the whole thing back then. I don't know if you remember back then.
I remember
very vividly, but that was the whole thing. Everybody, you remember the NBA players and everybody had their hoodies on, and it was a big thing about hoodies. Right?
Yes, Robert, I remember that. I don't believe that George Zimmerman actually just looked at him and said he's got on a hoodie. I believe he was a black dude, and George Zimmerman wanted to deal with a black dude. It wouldn't matter.
I agree with you there. No, I agree. You know what you were saying there. Yeah, I don't think it made George Zimmerman a difference if he had a hoodie or if it was a wife beater. You know, I don't think it made him any difference.
Right.
But I'm saying that the emphasis back then at that time was on a black man. You came. He was a black man walking with a hoodie, and that's why he died. That was the thing back then.
Okay, but Robert, the idea. There's a lot of stuff here. The idea that Ohio State, because according to Urban Meyer,
yes,
they weren't trying to caution them about the perils of wearing hoodies on your life. That wasn't what they was trying to do, according to Urban Meyer. What they were trying to do was say, look,
I'm sorry, at first, according to Urban Meyer, it didn't happen. So,
right.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So we can't really now, I mean, if he going back in time and now saying, okay, well, it did happen, and then now we weren't doing it because of that reason, but that means he's saying that he did know what happened at that time. He didn't just find out from so-called former player.
Well, no, what he was saying was they did have a policy of no hoodies, just like a no hats and no sunglasses, for the reason of knowing that the people weren't sleeping in the meeting. Now, I would have a big issue if they were telling young black men, don't wear a hoodie because that could get you killed. That would be a problem to me.
But listen, we tell them that.
Who tells them that?
We tell them that as black people. I mean, not don't wear a hoodie because it's going to get you killed, but we tell them that wearing a hoodie in the wrong, at the wrong time around the wrong people could get you killed. And then we use Trayvon as an example.
Why are we telling young people that? Because
it happened.
We should be telling young people you can wear whatever the hell you want to wear.
We are. I'm saying, but they can wear whatever they want to wear. But what we're saying is, don't wearing a hoodie around the wrong person. They already scared of you. So that hoodie is making them a little bit more scared of you.
We can't endorse that message. I don't believe we can endorse that message, or at least I couldn't endorse that message in good conscience.
Okay, what is the difference in telling them that, which is the truth, or in giving them the so-called quote-unquote the talk?
Those are totally different.
How? You're telling them that if they drive, you can get killed by just driving while black. You know, I mean, that's part of the talk. So do this and hold your hands out and do this and make sure you keep straight. And we do also, that's the same thing. If you're wearing a hoodie around the wrong person, as you can see, it can get you killed.
The issue, though, Robert, is that it sounds like you're trying to justify the fact that, you know, the hoodie can get you killed, and so you just shouldn't wear it. And if that makes no sense to tell a group of.
No, I'm sorry. And if that's the case, I'm being misconstrued a little bit because I'm not agreeing with it. I'm saying I'm not agreeing with. I'm not saying that it's cool that we should have to tell them that. But I'm saying that is It's a fact. I mean, I'm sorry. I understand that you don't. It's something that you can say we don't want to. We shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to give them a talk, but we have to.
I reject that. That's a fact. Because again, because again, I reject that. That's the reason why Trayvon Martin was killed. So
okay, but I agree with you. I think he killed him just because he was a young black boy, and that's what he was going to do. But so what about at that time when it was a real heated, there was emphasis on this, and that's what the big thing was. I think LeBron, everybody wearing a hoodie. Remember the whole Cleveland team had on their hoodies.
Yeah, I think the point that people were trying to make, or at least the point that I was trying to make when I posted a picture of myself in a hoodie, was to say that, hey, am I listening to Christmas music?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, the point that I was making was that, no, that was a sorry excuse for the reason, and wearing a hoodie does not make you any more dangerous, and that we can't allow this as an excuse to kill black people. Wearing the hoodie wasn't to say to other black people, hey, don't wear hoodies.
And I think that's probably the same. Not probably. I'm pretty sure that's what LeBron and them meant by it too. But my thing is, it was an emphasis on a black man wearing a hoodie, and that was the reason why he got killed. That's kind of the reason why you posted a picture of yourself in the hoodie, because you knew it was an emphasis on that black guy, young black boy wearing a hoodie. And I'd agree with you that I don't think he killed him because he had a hoodie on. No.
Right. So I'm not 100% sure of the point. Because at one time you're saying, don't wear a hoodie, black people, because it'll get you killed. And then on the other hand, you say, well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you wear a hoodie, it'll get you killed.
No, what I was calling in saying was maybe like I said, I'm just being devil's advocate, which I started off with.
All right.
I said maybe the coach, or the lesser coach or whatever, not Urban Meyer, not the head,
the random guy.
The random guy. Maybe the random guy, maybe that was his thought, saying, because at that time, like I said, especially if you white, you really don't, he probably didn't pay too much attention, as much attention to it, let me say it, as we did. But I think that's probably, I'm not saying that that's why he did it, but like I said, playing devil's advocate, what if that was the reason why he did it?
Then he was wrong. I appreciate your call.
Okay, thank you, bro.
All right. 513-749-1230. Somebody on the Facebook page said, I had the hoodie conversation with my child, and he believes, or she, I don't remember who it was, Cedric. I had the hoodie conversation with my two sons. I believe it to be irresponsible not to, real or perception. And Cedric, you have a right to your belief. I never had that conversation with my son. I would never have that conversation with my son. I would never endorse that. I'm not going to see white people have conversations with their sons about wearing hoodies. And I'm not going to have that conversation with my son about wearing a hoodie. A hoodie is a sweatshirt with a hood on it. And I'm not going to tell you, don't wear a sweatshirt because it's got a hood on it. So I get we disagree, we view it differently, but I never have and I never will have that conversation with anyone. I won't justify that as an excuse for someone to kill another person or feel threatened by another person. That's not the reason. It's not the hoodie. It's not the hoodie. Never has been. Never will be. It's not the hoodie. The issue is the person wearing the hoodie. And if I'm not going to try to turn the issue into the article of clothing. I'm up on a break. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
Celebrates the soundtrack of Black America. This one's for you and honors musical legends Jennifer Hudson, Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, Campbell and Huff, Timberland, and big moment.
The show is going to be amazing.
Hosted by Nia. That is the way you get a party started. With one honors, the soundtrack of Black America. Monday, January 17th and 8th. Presented by T-Mobile on TV One.
Hey, this is Lincoln Ware. If you have a passion to work in radio or television...
Oh, sorry about that. I was saying, Cedric, I see what you're saying, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't agree with that. But that don't make you wrong or evil or none of that kind of stuff. We disagree, and we got a right to not agree. So you got your kids, I got my kids. You teach them how you teach them, I teach mine how I teach them, and neither one of it makes either one of us horrible. If our kids make it through and become, good citizens and all that kind of stuff, we did our job, and you did what you believed in, and I did what I believed in. So, yeah, I get what you were saying, and I'm not against you. Yes, I think that maybe, Jerica, you misunderstand, or maybe I phrased it grammatically incorrectly. The person with the issue with the person in the hoodie, their issue is not the hoodie. Their issue is the person in the hoodie. Karen ain't scared of hoodies. Karen is scared of black men. Y'all know my grammar ain't, 100% on point. I do know the difference, though, between insurrection and an inauguration. I don't know everything, but that I know. That I know. Speaking of Karen, have you seen the movie? What movie? David says, you are not a grammar butcher. I never even knew there was a movie, a Karen movie. It came on BET. Hey, what's up, Kristen? Kristen, I ain't seen or heard from you in feel like 5 years. You just got married and forgot all about a brother. You don't even say hi. Kristen used to do what Raven does now. Kristen was a technical producer, since she would sit in that spot every day. Had a lot of fun working with Kristen. But she got married and just decided you don't exist anymore. Oh, I miss you too, Kristen. I really do. I always had a great time with you. Lewis says, Trayvon Martin is the perfect example of why no black male should ever wear a hoodie. I don't even know. I mean, sometimes I think you just say stuff just because it's something to say. There's no part of me that believes that you believe that. And if you do, I don't even know what to make of it. You just be saying stuff like, oh, I wonder, can I frustrate people? Let me see. And then you say something and, it either work or it don't. Because in my mind, no halfway reasonable human, not even just black person, no halfway reasonable human could believe what you just typed. 27 minutes after. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock. I mean, we got what? 32 minutes. 32 minutes to go.
I didn't realize it was this late.
Because you've been doing all that damn talking.
Is this not a talk show? King of talk.
Oh, boy.
I'm just, wait, what was that word that you said was from the 80s? Slur, what is that? Ain't that how it go?
It does not go like that.
Well, however you say it.
Oh, boy. I'm going to have to find you some older ladies from the 80s to teach you how to slurp. 749-1230. It's the afternoon experience. Let me get this break in here. Got a quick break. Glenn, Mac, Twitty, and you, if you call 513-749-1230. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
All the news and information.
All right. I got a couple minutes. I got to run to the restroom, y'all. Enjoy some wonderful commercials. Well, hold on. I got to find my keys first. All right, there they are. All right. Enjoy some wonderful commercials.
Child home safely.
Can you use together 3 times?
It's just a click away.
There's no place like home.
But making sure your child is in the right seat is just one of the steps to safer travels. Find the right seat for your little one's age and size. There's no better way to get home safely. Know for sure that your child is in the right seat.
How can I ever thank you enough?
Get all the facts at safercar.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Would your business survive a disaster? Nearly 2/3 of businesses aren't prepared for an emergency, and 40% of businesses that experience a disaster never recover. Make an emergency plan now before it's too late. For a free online tool that helps you develop an emergency plan to keep your business up and running should disaster strike, visit ready.gov/business. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the American Red Cross, and the Ad Council.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling on it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off for school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Go to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Go ahead, open it. Thanks. It's a baby hazmat suit. It'll help protect your baby. There are other.
Oh, that's right. It is supposed to be snowing. Huh, let me look. I didn't look. I can see from over there. It's a little flurries out. No accumulation yet. Oh, when I get off here, I got to go do the quarterly report. So I'm going to probably be here late finishing up the quarterly report. I do my quarterly reports, plural. So. Not looking forward to it. I hate doing the quarterly reports. Not that it's difficult. It's just time consuming. And my time, it should be my time. Do I wear a coat over the corduroy shirt? Yes, of course I do. Of course I do. I wear a shirt, name brand, Emanuel. I don't remember that designer's last name. What's his last name, Monday? It's a designer. His name is Emanuel something. And his Emanuel spelled just like mine. So in the tag, it always says Emanuel. Is my code in there? Look at the tag. See what it says. Emanuel Ungaro. He's dead now. "33 minutes after. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. All right, let's go back to the phone. We're talking a little bit about hoodies. Urban Meyer finally admits Trayvon Martin photo was used at OSU to enforce no hoodie policy. Glenn.
It has not been a good year for old Urban Meyer, has it?
It has not been a good year.
He was caught at the bar getting a lap dance by a co-ed. He didn't know that they was filming, got fired from his job. He's a coach of a team full of black guys, and he didn't know nothing about Trayvon Martin. Am I supposed to believe that, Emanuel?
Well, he might have knew about Trayvon Martin. He just didn't know that some random guy who was not on the coaching staff was showing Trayvon Martin's photo to his players.
Okay, so now they gonna blame old dude now, like the guys that deflated Tom Brady's footballs. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he didn't know about it. I ain't tell him to do that. Like, no, you actually did. Let me say this because I'm gonna say I got triggered by Robert's call, but it took me back, Emanuel, when we were talking about Trayvon Martin, and I forget the basketball player that plays for the Dallas Mavericks. And this is when Mark Cuban, I was like, oh, you showed us the side of you, and I thought you was one of those cool ones, but, you still got that in you. But one of his players, and I believe I got the story right, one of his players was pulled over by the police, and he had his hoodie on. And Mark Cuban said something to the effect of, well, I can kind of understand because, if I saw a white guy with tattoos all over his face and nose rings and the plugs, I would be scared too. And I remember saying to myself, did he just equate a regular-looking black dude in a hoodie to a white guy with tattoos, nose rings, and earplugs? I mean, my jaw just dropped, and this was back, and I remember calling, Fox Sports Radio at the time, like, this can't be true. And it just rolled off his tongue like that was a perfectly reasonable explanation. And then I listened to Robert. My story is kind of like Brent. He talked about what he told his son. Mm-hmm. About, hanging around your friends. And believe me, man, out here in Mason, I've had this conversation with my son that, despite the fact that you're a good kid and you probably won't get into any crazy stuff, but you're still 15, so I don't give you the benefit of the doubt because you got my goofy blood running through your brains, through your veins. When stuff goes down, anywhere you are, you're still a black guy. You're still a black young man, and you can't do what they do. Whatever they do, I don't want you being involved with it because, you have a level of suspicion that'll be on your back unlike any others, especially those who happen to be of the majority community. Right. Believe me, it hurts me to my soul that I have to tell my son that because he don't know, Emanuel. Right. Just like when we were 15 years old, everything was everything. I had white friends, black friends. Hell, there weren't even any Mexicans back then when I was at Woodward High School. And it's funny because I was always the guy, Emanuel, they would say, how do you know these white people? How do you know these guys? I'm like, I don't know, grew up in the neighborhood, I know them from friends who went to Walnut Hills, they went to Walnut Hills, or whatever. But this whole idea that we have to tell our children that you can't wear certain apparel because of white fragility, that's basically all that is.
Yes.
And we never have white people never have these arguments.
And this goes back to, remember when it was seen as, ominous or really countercultural when the Fab Five wore the long shorts and the black sock with the gym shoes? They thought that was like the damnedest thing ever. Right. Remember, we had conversations about Allen Iverson wearing cornrows and what that might mean and how that might affect little Becky and little Jimmy out there.
Mm-hmm.
There is no haircut whatsoever that a white guy can wear that black people are like, oh, I'm intimidated by it. But you get a sister with some braids, some locks, you get a brother with some dreads, oh, that's not the way we wear our hair here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't until, the last couple of years that many of those on the right, they even heard about hair discrimination. This is a big story. Remember how we talked about, hey, this sister's being celebrated because she's wearing her natural hair.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, what the hell was the other people? Put it this way. I remember the conversation back when Colin Kaepernick was blackballed out of the NFL. They were saying, in order for him to get another job as a quarterback, maybe he needs to cut his afro. I'm like, what the hell? Why would you cut your hair for a job in which you wear a damn helmet? They didn't tell Clay Matthews to cut his hair. They didn't tell, the number one draft pick for Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, to cut his flowing locks. But for whatever reason, we got to, acquiesce a little bit. We have to, keep it corporate when they don't have to. I mean, it's just like, the argument, why should I have to cut my afro when the guy that was just elected, that just left office, whatever the hell he had on his head looked like two dead cockatoos. So what am I missing here?
You said it earlier. It's just all about white fragility and us acquiescing to it.
And the only thing that's worse, is rubber on the line, but the only thing that's worse are those quote-unquote black conservatives would give in to that crap. Oh, just don't make any hay, don't cause any storms. I'm like, dude, it's a freaking hairstyle. It's a hoodie. Nothing more. I mean, you don't even think about it. It takes me back to you at the polling place. Oh, they all triggered because you got on a Black Panther shirt? Like, fool, I'm here to vote. Right. What the hell's wrong with you? That's what we need to do. In 2022, we need to say, what the hell's wrong with you?
All right, Glenn. Glenn, I appreciate your call.
I'm trying not to get frustrated in 2022. Emmanuel, we supposed to lead us back in 2021, but the same stupid stuff still comes up. And again, I'm not going to acquiesce to their fragility. If they just can't handle it, well, that's your problem. That's what I'm taking into 2022. You get no slights from me.
I appreciate the call, sir.
You have a good one, brother.
All right. That was Glenn, 513-749-1230. Mac.
How you doing today, Emanuel?
Mac, I'm doing all right. How are you?
Great. I was just listening to you guys' conversation, and some of the stuff is okay, it's all right, but you have to tell your kids what. I mean, it goes all the way back. I mean, well, let's go start from the beginning. You're a minority. You're only 40 million in a 260 million people country. You are American, but in any country, minorities do not go. You're never going to get the same rights as the people who put the flag on this part of the earth. So basically, you'll never be treated. We can't keep comparing ourselves to the white man because you'll never be the white man. You know what I'm saying?
So you feel like we should just be okay with being treated second class?
You're not. No. This is the plan. This was, and nobody implicated because we just like we never get together on anything and then become powerful. Basically, if you wanted to be protected, we are the only race on this planet that's not protected by a country. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
We're the only ones. We're the only ones that don't have a country to call ours, and we all our ancestry stuff is split up, it's chopped up. You'll never find your ancestors back in Africa.
It's not true,
so you
but
you have no connection.
Well, you can find out who they are.
Through what?
It's a lot of different sources.
Okay, I want to get this one because I want to find my answer. I want to get connection with my African brothers. So you tell me. So
well,
go right to it.
You can start off. I would say the convenient way to start off, go to one of those sites like Ancestry.com or something like that. That's one way to start. You can, and basically all they do is they go through records, birth records, death records. You just keep tracing it back as far as you can.
You can't go that way because once you came over here, there was no birth records. You didn't come over here.
You can. They also did keep records of people who were purchased and all of that you can trace it back. You can.
Okay, I'm going to go on to another subject, but I'm going to tell you right there why you can't do that.
You're wrong. No matter what you say, trying to tell me what you can't do, you're wrong on that. You can.
Look, Emanuel, when I have a conversation with you, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just trying to give you information. But
I'm trying to convince you because you're wrong.
Okay, you say I'm wrong. But one thing, if that was the case, why don't you have all the history of your black African wars, all the history of all the wars we were in, what happened way back? It's probably they got it, but it's in a white nationalist bank. They're not going to let you have it. Like your God, what we believed in back then. We didn't believe in Jesus Christ. And now once you bow down to their God, you're done. That's why we was in slavery for 400 years. But,
well, here's what I'll agree with you on. You can't trace it all the way back to Adam and Eve.
No, you can't trace it back to Africa. You will not.
You're wrong. You're wrong there. You're wrong there.
I spent a lot of resources trying to do it, and I ain't going through that fake get your blood and do your DNA. Come on. But anyway.
All right.
Back to the hoodie situation. Now, you saying you wouldn't tell your son that's the way you should be able to wear what you want, and you telling your son to wear what you want, right?
Yes.
And you ain't bowing down to nobody about that, right?
He can wear what he wants.
But you ain't bowing down to nobody about that, right?
I don't know what you want me to say.
I mean, you said you wear what you want. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Dress your kid up in red and put him in the crib area.
Well, I don't live in an area where there are Crips, so I could put him in red all day.
No, you can't.
And we weren't talking about gang colors. We were talking about people wearing. We were talking about people wearing hoodies and telling your kid that he can't wear a hoodie because white people won't like it.
They will tell your kid you better not have that red on in this neighborhood. Your own people.
Mac.
Gang members.
Mac.
They ain't my own people. They gang members and they what?
That's not what we're talking about.
That's the same thing.
It is nowhere near the same thing.
You'll bow down to a gang.
All right. Thank you for your call. Just when you just want to be whatever for the purpose of being whatever. All right. I don't have time to continue to entertain that. Let me get a break in here. Twitty, Senator Thomas, you're on the way. It's the Afternoon Experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
It's like deja vu all over again. All over again.
Baby, I swear it's deja.
Sometimes my patience is running thin with people just saying nonsense just for the sake of saying nonsense. My patience is running thin. Y'all know I don't really like hanging up on people. I don't really like hanging up on people. And he probably, I can't say with 100% certainty, he probably ain't never been nowhere where there were actual gangs that he ever had to deal with. Probably ain't never been anywhere where there were gangs that he was just trying to be right. That's why he was trying to pin me down. You ain't bowing down to nobody. He wanted me to say, yeah, I ain't bowing down to nobody. And then he would have said, well, what about the Crips? If they were going to kill you, then, well, okay, I wouldn't tell her. I would tell them not to wear red. But I thought you wasn't bowing down to nobody. But you're bowing down to the Crips now. Well, I was wrong. I knew you was wrong. You said nobody, but I didn't.
prescription. Pain to the max. New BC Max. In a great tasting lemonade flavor.
With the new law, more people qualify for financial assistance at healthcare.gov. Real customers like Taylor.
You know, I wish people knew how easy it was to get health coverage.
I don't know that it sounds like Runaway Slave, but in my mind, that's how he sounds. So. and I asked what was the last name of the guy, the designer, and somebody typed Lewis. That's actually my middle name. And people be trying to say that, like to be funny and or offensive. But there's nothing funny or offensive about Emanuel Lewis, because Lewis is my actual middle name. My name is Emanuel Lewis Livingston. So, I could theoretically go by the name Emanuel Lewis. Just drop the last name. And I'm certain I got one or two family members that would prefer that. Oh, I want to get kicked out the family again. Oh. Afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Don't forget Al Sharpton is up next. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it. There is some discussion about whether or not people should be celebrating Martin Luther King Day. Because I guess I had to really look into it. Maybe we'll talk about it a little bit tomorrow. But some in the King family are saying don't celebrate Martin Luther King Day until we got a voting rights bill passed. I'll give them a few more details. But, you never know. Al Sharpton might be talking about that. In the meantime, let me go back to the phone. Twitty.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fantastic. And you?
I'm fine. Happy New Year's to you, too. You and Miss Monday.
Happy New Year to you as well. Are you on a speakerphone?
Yeah.
Can you not be on the speakerphone?
I'm not on one now.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's all good.
But, no, I just had two statements. Your previous caller, he made my head start hurting. Because the number one thing, K through 12, kids wear hoodies no matter what race they are. Bottom line, all around the whole country. And around the world.
Yes.
Right now, even they got the kids from they bought from Afghanistan. I bet you they wearing hoodies now. So to throw that in the clothing about somebody and trying to throw race into it too is totally just pretty sad. And my other point is one thing about this race that all of us live in right now. We got to wake up because the one thing we can't take no dog blood or anybody other animal's blood. We need human race blood. And until this country realizes that, we always gonna have a problem.
Huh?
I was just saying, until this country realizes that you need another human being's blood if something happened to you, you need that blood. Not nobody else's blood gonna help you.
Well, wait a minute. What is not getting human blood a thing?
That's what I'm saying. But you got people that don't realize that that's what you need.
Who?
I'm just saying, you got You got some people that say they don't want to take a black person's blood, but then you need another human being's blood to survive. If something happened to you, you need blood. That's what I'm saying.
Right. I didn't understand where the animal blood came in.
Well, I was just using that as an example because the animal blood won't do you no good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That's true.
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah. But you all have a good day, man.
All right, Twitty, you do the same.
All right, take care.
All right. Just using that to illustrate the point. I don't know that you can argue with that. I mean, yeah, it was out of nowhere, but you need human blood if you need blood. Senator Thomas.
Hey, man, I have to, I want to chime in on the hoodie situation.
Yes, sir.
And going back, this is nothing new when it comes to African Americans trying to identify with what they deem as a norm for their culture. Going back when I was a police officer, you could not get a job as a police officer if you had an afro. That was deemed a representative radicalism. If you were standing, 3 or more African Americans were standing on a corner in a group, that was considered a riotous situation, and that you would have to disperse or be charged with failing to disperse under the riotous law. Even hippies. I remember when they identified hippies as being out of the norm, if you will. In other words, when we buck our culture, the culture that they expect us to live under, when you upset that, then you're going to be identified as somebody else other than a true American. Now, they take it to the extreme when you start shooting individuals like Trayvon Martin. He was deemed as some whatever, and then you end up killing him. That's going to the extreme, and that's what we have to be mindful of. But by no means should we allow them to tell us that we got to tell our kids not to wear hoodies and all this other silliness. Right. No, we got to start holding them accountable when they act like what Trayvon Martin's situation. That guy Zimmerman should be in the penitentiary right now. And just that simple. But this is nothing new when you buck the system and step outside of what is quote unquote the norm of American being a great American. This is what you end up with. Right now, there's a guy driving through Avondale. He's got a big old pickup truck with a big flag on the back that says F Biden. Now, I don't know if he's trying to commit suicide or whether he's trying to start something, but he's just driving through, and he's got a Kentucky plate on his vehicle. Now, this individual, I'm assuming, believes that that's the norm for him to go drive through. He has every right, but he could get shot doing that by somebody might take offense to that and say, hey, what are you trying to tell us? You want us to go back to slavery with Trump, and he's driving through a black neighborhood back and forth. So I don't know. Maybe he's protesting I think what he's doing is letting folks know that this is January 6th and reminding everybody that that Biden is not going to stop them, I guess, or whatever message he's trying to send.
Yes.
But I just want to throw that out there. We shouldn't let anybody identify us and tell us how to teach our children based on what they consider the norm. And by the way, Don Hudson was the police officer that challenged that Afro situation. He's still alive today. He deserves all the credit for forcing the police department to no longer mandate that officers could not wear an afro.
All right.
And through the federal courts. All right, just want to throw that out there.
I appreciate it.
Okay, man.
State Senator Cecil Thomas giving us a little bit of history there. Yeah, I like when the people give history. Doug used to call in and give us a little history every once in a while. I always like it when the people call in, do that. So he says there's somebody driving around Avondale with a F Joe Biden. Why do that bother people? Look. I guess I'm a Democrat. I voted for Joe Biden. I lean Democrat. I'm definitely not Republican. Why would I be bent out of shape? Why would I be bent out of shape because somebody don't like Joe Biden? I would be more apt to be, bent out of shape if it was F Obama. You know what I'm saying? But F Joe Biden, Joe Biden is fine. Joe Biden is cool. Let's go, Brandon. I'll be like, okay, whatever. That's not offensive to me. I'm not that that bought into the idea that Joe Biden is the most amazing. I hope nobody do anything to him because they don't see a reason to. F Joe Biden. How dare you say F Joe Biden? He's the guy that I decided to vote for over the other candidate, which was Donald Trump. So I'm exceptionally protective. That don't make sense to me. Let them people say, let's go Brandon. Let them say F Joe Biden. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let them look like fools. Let them look like fools. And if anybody gonna get all bent out of shape and violent, let it be one of his people. I'm not going to jail fighting you because you said F Joe Biden. Joe Biden don't even know me. Raven, thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate you. Except for, you was a little out there today. Everybody who called, everybody who listened, I appreciate you too. Al Sharpton is up next. It's been the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. Until next time, I'm out, y'all. Peace.
WDBC Cincinnati.
Yeah, people in Avondale got bigger problems than somebody talking about F Biden. I'm like, okay, F Biden. What do I care? What do I care? I don't. They be wearing hats and stuff. Like, think you're supposed to be real bothered by it. Somebody sent me a text that he's on Mitchell Avenue. And they sent me a picture, the sign, F Biden. It's the F word, Biden. I wouldn't be upset about that. Like, even if he drove up my street. Are you doing anything to anybody? No. You just driving around with a flag on the back of your pickup truck. Yeah. Have at it. But I'm saying F Biden. I'm saying, okay, so what? You don't like Biden. That's all I take from that. You don't like Biden. I don't care why you don't like Biden. I don't care how deep your dislike for Biden goes. None of that bothers me. Again, let Biden's people take care of Biden. I'm not going to jail for Biden. I'm not going to jail for Biden. I'll fight you for saying F Joe. No, I won't. I don't see old white dudes getting mad and fighting people over it. So why would I get bent out of shape? I don't understand what he think he accomplishing going through Avondale with it all. But, all right, y'all. I greatly appreciate y'all. He gonna get stuck in A1 in the snow after dark with his flag for no reason. The only thing that's gonna happen is he gonna need a jump and somebody gonna be like, I ain't jumping your car. You crazy? You got that big flag back there. You probably a hillbilly of some sort. You don't try to do some bad stuff to me. I don't trust you. You better walk. That's it. That's it. I won't give him a jump. It ain't because I hate him. It's because I don't trust him because of that flag. And I don't, I know there's some, what are they, I'm missing a word. I hate this. When you think you have something that you don't actually have, but you perceived. There's some, in my mind, some perceived racism with regard to it. So, yeah, I ain't got no beef with you. I won't help you if you need help. But I ain't coming for you. No, I don't. All right, have a good one. No Little Baby Chronicles. I haven't seen the little baby since she got the virus. And like I said, I talked to her last night. She told me she wasn't sick. Maybe I'm sick. And I would have choked her. If she'd have been right in front of me and she'd have said that, I'd have reached out and grabbed her by the throat and said, "What you say?" And then she would have giggled. Because she know I ain't going to really choke her. But yeah, Cecil thinking he gonna get shot or something. I hope nobody cares enough. Like, only reason that somebody might do something for him, like I said, is because of the perceived racism behind it. But ain't nobody gonna be, out there sticking up for Joe Biden like that.
And he talked about how democracy was at stake. He talked about voting rights, many things that we've been pressing them on.
Is the snow out there accumulating?
Vice President Harris talked about voting rights, how they're a threat. The American experiment, as they call it, is at stake. And they are promising.
But yeah, somebody sent me a picture of the truck. I don't know if I can.
On the road like they did on infrastructure and deal with it. They're going to Atlanta Tuesday and make a speech, both of them, on voting rights, visit Dr. King's grave. They've invited some of the civil rights leaders.
No accumulation. They said we were supposed to get about, an inch, 1 or 2 inches. So, yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Don't forget, tomorrow being the week in review. Of course, that's only if y'all want to talk about stuff. Wear a Yoda hoodie tomorrow. I fell asleep on the Book of Boba Fett last night. I was trying to watch it, but I didn't get home till late. Cause, I be doing stuff. So I didn't get home till late, so I probably didn't start watching it until about 11 or so. And, yeah, I came to the conclusion that, I didn't come to any conclusion. I just fell asleep on it. I just fell asleep on it. So I watch that when I get home. I have to admit, the Disney Plus series, so far I liked the Marvel and the Star Wars Disney Plus series. I've liked them all. I've liked every one of them. I liked McConnell says, "Is that a good show?" Well, it's only the second episode. The first episode was decent. They one thing they do, most of their shows start a little slow, but they pick up relatively quickly. Well, except for that WandaVision. That took a minute to pick up. But then it ended with a bang. I didn't love WandaVision. But so far, it's decent. I mean, the first episode was decent. It made me want to watch the second episode. Did you watch The Mandalorian? Not that you had to get it, but did you watch The Mandalorian? And if you like The Mandalorian, at least so far, and again, only one episode. I fell asleep on the second episode, but it was picking up. They did a drive-by. Oh, I don't want that spoiler. No spoilers. My bad. But it seemed to have been picking up. Yeah, if you like The Mandalorian, you'll probably like the Book of Boba Fett. Probably like the Book of Boba Fett. In terms of the Marvel Disney Plus series that I liked, I've liked them all. If I had to rate them, I would honestly rate WandaVision last. And I know they had a lot of stuff, and it was supposed to... That was my least favorite, and I would say Hawkeye is down there. What If? I didn't think I was going to like What If, but I actually ended up liking What If. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, that was decent. I know there was another one, but I can't think of what it is. But I'm liking and I like The Bad Batch. I liked The Bad Batch animated series. I thought that was really good. What is What If? What If is a Marvel series on Disney Plus. And the concept behind it is basically, you got the multiverse. And it's what if something different than the main Marvel Cinematic Universe happened? What if, instead of Rondu them getting Star-Lord, what if they accidentally picked up T'Challa? And it would create a whole new reality. And they just did a series of those. And then at the end, they kind of crossed them all over. It was good. I liked it. And one of them was what if Doctor Strange's, I'm going to say girlfriend had died. Yeah, Mandalorian, both seasons ended up being really good. Really good. I'm looking forward to all of the spinoffs of it. And I'm looking forward to Obi-Wan. I'm looking forward to that series as well. Yeah, episode 2 of Boba Fett came on, or they put it on the channel, whatever you want to call it, on the service yesterday. That would be good. That could a standalone Mace Windu series. I would watch it. Of course, they couldn't use Samuel Jackson. They'd have to use a younger somebody. And I tell you, I am in season 8 of The Blacklist, which again is not a typical show that I would watch. I'm not, FBI, CIA, spy, crime series type of guy. I'm that stuff just ain't for me. I don't know why. But somebody told me to watch it, and it's decent. I'm almost caught up. I'm about halfway through season 8, and right now on TV is season 9. I watched the first 3 seasons of The Wire. And so I got to start season 4. But I'm through with the first 3 seasons. And season 1 was good. Season 2, not good. Season 3, picked back up. Have I watched The Family? No, I don't even know what The Family is. hit me to it. I did watch the first season of The Godfather of Harlem. And again, I'm not a big crime, and I like that show. I liked it. I think the dude, I don't know who he is, because I don't be into actors. Like you ask somebody, my wife, everything we watch, she like, oh, that's so-and-so and so. He was in this. I'm like, how do you know that? How do you know all of these people names and stuff? I don't know these people. I'm watching it like, don't we know her from somewhere? And she like, oh yeah, that's so-and-so and so. She was on so-and-so and so, and she also was on this. And then she did that, and I'm like, yeah. I just want to make sure we saw her somewhere before. But I've only watched the first season of Godfather of Harlem. So I gotta get season 2. I gotta watch season 2. But the dude playing Malcolm X, I think is doing a really good job. The first season, I thought he did a really good job of playing Malcolm X. Now, Clifton Davis being the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that was a bit of a stretch. Like, I mean, he doing a decent job. Just he don't fit the nothing. It's season 2 out. Season 2 is on. I think I'm watching it on Hulu. So, but season 2 is definitely on Epix. So I guess if you got Epix, then you can watch season 2. I thought it was, Brent, The Screams of Passion by The Family. She is still using and enjoying her cassette tape player, which is just hilarious to me. David says, I love The Blacklist. I don't want to do no spoilers because somebody else might be watching it. But I will tell you this. I watched The Blacklist. The Blacklist is decent. They come up with some decent stuff. But I don't like hardly anybody. Like, I don't like hardly any of them. I like Reddington. I like Dembe. And I kind of like Cooper. Even though Cooper lost me when he, took his wife back. Even though I said no spoilers, but that happened early on. If you haven't watched that, then just forget I said that. But he lost me then, because I'm like, he a punk. But I still kind of like him. But everybody else, I'm waiting for him to die. I'm waiting for everybody else to die. I'm waiting for Elizabeth to die, because I don't like her. I'm waiting for Aram to die. He just too much of a punk. I'm waiting for him to die. I'm waiting for, I don't even remember the name of the white guy. I can't remember, the wrestler. I'm waiting for him to die. I want everybody in that series to die. There was a part in The Blacklist at the end where I was cheering. Wait for it until you hit the end. Did you watch season 7, episode 3? I'm halfway through 8, but I don't remember what is season 7, episode 3. And I want the Chinese lady, I'm saying Chinese, the Asian lady, I don't know what she is. I want her to die too. They're all super irritating. Like, I get they all have a role that they have to play. Excuse me. I get they all have a role that they have to play. But their characters irritate me. Now, I'm familiar with what happened at the end of season 8. So I'm familiar with it, even though I haven't read up on it or anything like that. So I wanted to, even though it won't catch me by surprise, I wanted to catch me by surprise. They irritate me. They irritate me. So yeah, I'd be like, I hope they die. Like when I was watching Manifest, which I never could finish season 3. I don't know, it just vexed me. So, but when I was watching Manifest, I remember thinking, oh, I hope that little boy die. I hope that little boy die. Somebody kill him. Somebody kill him. Give him something to figure out. But let him be dead. That's what. But I never saw him die. I don't know if he eventually died in season 3, but I just couldn't take it. But see, that's just it. I don't hate them in the sense that I hate them. I'm just annoyed with them, so I want them to go away. Like, I'm annoyed with them, so I want them to go away. They're just too annoying. Like, not, oh, I hate him. I mean, because there are characters that you like, oh, I hate him. But I'm just annoyed with them. If they were not in the show would be better. Even though somebody pointed out if all the characters die, it won't be no show. But, yeah. Victoria says, not wishing the kids die. That little kid is irritating. I don't know if you watch Manifest, but the little boy was just irritating. Just irritating. So I'm like, go ahead, kill him off and, figure out who killed him or, something like that. Like, get him off the show. And if you get him off the show, then it'll give you another story arc. But then he won't be there irritating me. So let's go with that. Brent, I never watched Snowpiercer. For whatever reason, I can't get into the concept. It's just something about the concept that I can't get into, and it's irritating me. That my wife watched the first season, and I tapped out after about 10 minutes. I was like, I can't do it. I can't take it. I can't take it. So yeah. I'm waiting. Carolyn says she's waiting for Ozark. I'm waiting for Ozark too. I think it's supposed to start this month. I believe on Netflix, that's what it say, coming January. I want to say the 12th, but I could just be making that up. But it did say, I believe, January. So yeah, it's supposed to be coming back. No, I did not watch the 100. I did not watch the 100. Never watched Fargo. Hold on, somebody else put something else up here that Jeannie talking about it being excited that Blackish is back. I'm watching no damn Blackish. Mayor of Easttown? What is that about? That don't sound like something that I would like. What is it about? Logic Slayer says, I didn't know there was a Snowpiercer show. Have you seen the movie about it? It was good. No. I didn't see the movie. Watched about 10 minutes of the series. I said, forget it. I'm out. I tap out on stuff like that and tell Mrs. Livingston you can watch that stuff when I ain't here. Snowfall. I like Snowfall. A murder mystery. I'm not big into murder mysteries. Is there some court stuff going on? Court stuff would get me every time. Yeah, I'm not supporting no Blackish. Big Bird on there. Midnight Mass. I tell you, I like to watch horror films, but it's hard to find a good horror TV show. The Exorcist, that first season of The Exorcist, because I think they did 2 seasons. That first season of The Exorcist, there was a TV series on Fox, was good. It was actually good. I was surprised. I think the second season wasn't all that good. Yes, I watched All Rise. And then Evil, which is it's a show that was initially on CBS. Second season they put on Paramount Plus. So I haven't had an opportunity to watch it. But I like a good... Oh, then you just put up there, what about Evil? I liked the first series. I actually did. I liked it. I thought it was good and inventive. And yeah. And I was really looking forward to seeing what was going to happen going forward. But then they put it on Paramount Plus, and I don't have Paramount Plus. Did I watch Your Honor? Remind me of what Your Honor is about, because I might have watched it. Did you know that Steve Harvey had a judge show? Now, yes, a show that I will never watch. That's a show that I will never, ever, ever watch. But All Rise is a decent show. All Rise is decent. The judge and his son. What network is it on? Is it a movie or is it a TV series? Why will I never watch it? Because I don't like Steve Harvey. I don't think Steve Harvey is funny. I got a feeling that he ain't that smart. I can't say that for sure. But I definitely don't think he's funny. He annoys me. I didn't know All Rise was canceled. Oh, that's disappointing. I kind of like that show. Your Honor on Prime. Wait a minute. It's the one where he woke up like he was in a fountain, and his son had been murdered, and then he was in with the religious, I'm gonna call him a cult, the religious group or whatever, and he was the judge, and I did. I watched that. Was it either 2 or 3 seasons? I can't remember. Oh no, that the one I'm talking about is not it? Okay. I wish he could hear me too. Maybe he would change his everything. If Steve Harvey would change his everything, then maybe I'd watch him. So yeah, I wish he could hear me too. I don't like Steve Harvey. He's not funny. I'll look for it. I'll look for Your Honor. But I don't think he's funny. Again, I can't say his personality because I don't know his actual personality. Based on what I read, I wouldn't like his personality. But his public persona, I don't like. It's annoying. I can't get with Steve Harvey. Just can't do it. any way, shape, or form. I wish him the best. Like, I'm not hating on him like, oh, I hope he die or I hope something bad happened to him or anything like that. No. Nat says Family Feud is the only show I'll watch with him. True. Now, I'll watch Family Feud, and I'm watching Family Feud in spite of Steve Harvey. Because I think there are times when he ruins it. He trying to be too funny. Let the contestants and the answers and stuff be funny. You don't have to be, but I don't like his brand of humor. But I mean, I'm sure other people do. I don't, and I don't actually know anyone who does, but I'm sure that there are other people who do. So, I mean, I wish him all the best. Keep making that money, hang out with Donald Trump, the whole nine. Do all of that. Oprah's network picked up All Rise. Ah, okay. The Game is pretty good on Paramount Plus. I'll never watch that. Nothing against it. You know, when I say I'll never watch it, it's just not anything that I'll ever watch. I never watched the original The Game. That's a woman show to me. Yeah, John Wick 4. And I'll be honest, I don't know why I like John Wick. I don't know why I like the John Wick series of movies. But I really like the John Wick series of movies. I really like them. So I'm looking forward to number 4. Because it's really like, the first one was a decent story. The second one, the third one was just... And so I know the fourth one is just going to be just even worse. But I still like them. I've never seen a show called Miss Pat on BET+. I've never watched anything on BET+. Jeannie likes Steve Harvey. And Beth, you get his alerts and his motivational speeches. All right. To each their own. To each their own. According to Google, John Wick has killed 299 people in the first 3 movies. I can believe it, and I want to see him kill some more. And I promise I don't know why I like it. Again, I know why I liked the first one, but I don't know why I like them. There's just something about, I don't know, just him running around killing people. Because that's the whole movie. Just, hey, put him in situations where he can kill people. All right. Let's go. There is something about the whole, the Continental, and they got their whole little secret society and paying with the coins and, you know, the tailor who's making you bulletproof clothes and all of that kind of stuff. It's just so stupid and ridiculous. But I like it. Yes. He killed somebody with a horse when he slapped the horse and the horse kicked the man and killed him. Oh my goodness. It's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. But I like it. I like it. Just, I don't give John Wick a gun and a quarter of a reason to just start killing people. And you got me. You got me. Beth, you have not watched John Wick. Mrs. Livingston can't stand John Wick, and she don't know why I like John Wick, which is the only reason that I begin to wonder, why do I like John Wick? Because she was asking me, like, why did you like this movie? It's like, because I mean, he killing people. It's like, that's it? I think so. I think that's about it. He's killing people. And you just can't. I think if you watch the first one and you think the first one is decent, I think you hooked. And I'll be honest, I don't even remember John Wick being out in theaters. First time I seen it, I saw it on, one of the subscription things or whatever. I don't ever remember it being out in theaters. Have you seen The Expanse? It's a good sci-fi show. No, I'm not a big sci-fi guy. Which I know, I watch Star Wars and that, but I'm not a big sci-fi guy. Like a sci-fi thing, it's gotta have something to catch me. Yes, originally he had a reason, and I was rooting for him. I think that's it. Originally, I'm telling you, the hook. If you like that first one, they got the hook, and you like John Wick, and you're rooting for John Wick to win against all odds. There's a reason. He ain't just killing people for nothing in the first one. But after that, John Wick just be killing. He always got a reason to be killing people. He does. There's always a reason. But it's like a half a reason. I don't know, a quarter of a reason. Eventually, this fourth one is going to be like a fourth of a reason. I've seen all the Conjuring movies and everything in the Conjuring universe. Okay, here's my take on the Conjuring. They have a formula that seems to be working for them. The first one was good, The Conjuring. And I still watch them, but they're not all that good. It's just a jump scare fest. It's just a jump scare fest. It's, shh. 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 Ah! Shh. Shh. Ah! Shh. 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 Ah! That's The Conjuring. That's The Conjuring. That's the whole daggone series. So yeah, I still watch them. But you can only startle me so much to where I think it's good entertainment. The Protector. All right, I'll check it out. I don't know who Tony Jai is, but I will check it out. Yes. And he was out. John was completely out. And now he can't get out. He can't get out. And my thing is, the series ain't even necessarily him trying to get out anymore. You got to get your get back, but then you want to get out. So that was the second one. All right, I got my get back and I'm out. And then somebody come hey, but you promised you would do this. And you're like, all right, I did it. And I want to get out, but now I can't get out. So I guess I'm rooting for him to kill enough people to just be able to get out. I'm rooting for him to kill enough people to just be able to get out. If he still wants out. But no, I've not seen The Expanse. definitely will not be watching Snowpiercer season 2 or whatever it's in. But I will be looking forward to Ozark, which is the last season. I finished watching Lucifer. The last 3 seasons or whatever was a waste of time. It was a waste of time. But I finished watching it, finally. What else did I finish watching? I finished another series. And I can't think of what it is. It was another series that I was watching and finally finished it. And was like, all right, good. I'm done with that. But I can't think of what it is. But yeah, I'm wrapping some stuff up, so that's why I'm looking for new stuff. Or, I guess, old stuff. I'm not going to forget about the quarterly report. I just got a text talking about don't forget about the quarterly report. So, I'm not going to forget. Or, I'm sorry, the quarterly reports, plural. But, I'm not going to forget. Again, it's just time consuming. It's stuff that I should be able to do in 10 minutes that ends up taking 2 hours. Just because. I thought you didn't like movies dealing with the supernatural. No, I like movies dealing with the supernatural. I never had a problem with movies dealing with the supernatural. I'm down with movies dealing like... I prefer a horror movie dealing with the supernatural. Because, I mean, at least then it kind of give them a reason for the... You know, like Jason and Freddy and all of them. It gives them a reason for stuff to happen that people can't control. Like Jason wouldn't be able to kill me. I'm gonna find me an open field. I can see him and he can see me. And I'm gonna just be prepared. We stand in this open field. You stand away from me. I'm standing away from you. Your fast walking ass gonna be walking towards me, and I'm gonna just be moving away. We in this big open field. I'm running in circles. You know what I'm saying? You can only throw your knife so many times. I'm gonna dodge it. Like, oh, Matrix. And then I'm picking up the knife. I ain't gonna try to throw it back at you. I'm just keeping it. So now you ain't got no weapons. So you gotta get close to me. I'm not gonna let you get close to me. You walk too slow, and we just gonna be in this open field until you fall asleep. And then that's gonna be that. And if you don't fall asleep, then I'm gonna die of sleepiness. But you not killing me, Jason. You not. And they do too much stupid stuff in slasher movies for me. Like that last Halloween, that movie made me so mad. It was just so stupid. Like everybody had to make the stupidest decision in order to die. If anybody would have made a half decent decision, they wouldn't die. They would still be alive. That's right. I'll just be running around the car. I'm over here, Jason. You can't get me. We running around the car. So you can't reach me. And you ain't got no knife no more. That's that. But that last Halloween, the writers was like, all right, what's the stupidest decision that we can make this person make? All right, make him make that stupid decision. And then they get killed. Yeah, no. You couldn't have got me. Michael Myers couldn't get me. Like, if he snuck up on me, he could get me. But other than that, he couldn't get me. So, yeah, supernatural stuff. Like, what you do with a demon? You know what I'm saying? Demons, they just appear out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? You can't run from it. So at least supernatural stuff, there's a reason why you can't get away, or why certain stuff happen. You don't necessarily have to be stupid. You just got to be. Sometimes you got to be stupid to find yourself in that situation. Because as soon as the house start talking and stuff start moving, a book fly across the room. That's it. I'm out. Peace. Told you, as soon as Mrs. Livingston float above the covers. That's it. That's it. I love you. I'm going to send a priest to your house or something. But I ain't never coming home. So you got to make some stupid decisions to find yourself stuck in that situation. But once you in the situation, ain't a whole lot you can do. Like, I'm going to run out the door slam, boom. What you going to do? I'm going to jump out the window. The window end up boarded up or something. The glass won't break. What do you do? See, you just, that you can't help. Them decisions that they made in that daggone Halloween movie. It's like they committed suicide. Like, I want Michael to get me. Yeah. There's strength in numbers. Like, yeah, let's all get together and let's get him. Yeah. Now let's split up and find him. What? That's the stupidest. Y'all just said there's strength in numbers. Why are y'all breaking up into the smallest groups that you can mathematically? There's 16 of us. All right. Let's break up into 8 groups of 2. What? No. Didn't y'all just say strength in numbers? Why are we splitting up? Why? There's no reason. No reason to split up. Stay. No. Okay, well, we're going to go here. I'm going to go in by myself. That's stupid. Why? If he in the house, why don't we just wait outside? Eventually, he'll come out. Why are we going to hunt for him? To get killed. Yeah, you got to make stupid decisions in those movies. I'll take Supernatural. Geneva say you still live. I am, but I'm about to have to wrap it up. Dudley from Different Strokes was the only brother I seen dip on Jason. Rowdy Roddy Piper and They Live. I saw that movie. I think I remember thinking it was decent. But I can't mess with Roddy Piper because I believe he was a racist now. Same reason I can't mess with Hulk Hogan. But when Hulk Hogan said that racist stuff, calling people N-word and all that stuff, Roddy Piper was on his team. If you on the team of the dude calling people the N-word, I think you probably use the N-word too. So yeah, I can't mess with Roddy Piper no more. I mean, I know he dead now, but I can't support him or anything that he's done. Loved Fallen. Fallen was decent. Devil's Advocate was all right. That's one of my wife's favorite movies. I thought it was all right. You're talking about the Bad News Brown and half blackface WrestleMania gimmick? No, I'm talking about, because, not too long ago, Hulk Hogan, like they had some audio of him. I think he was talking to his daughter, and he was talking to somebody, and he was calling black people the N-word. It was something that was surreptitiously recorded, and somebody leaked it. And so for a while, WWE like completely distanced themselves from him because he was caught on tape. I'm assuming it was a tape. It was old, saying the N-word. And Roddy Piper defended him saying the N-word. So yeah, no, just straight. He's he was talking to his daughter about her boyfriend. And I couldn't remember necessarily all the details. Thank you, Robert and David. Yes, Sabrina, that was falling. So yeah, because Roddy Piper supported that, I couldn't support him. When do you go home? You still here? Oh, I got plenty more time to be here in the building here, but not here doing this here. I'm actually about to wrap this up because I do have to go do this stuff. People wishing Elliot or Joe a happy birthday. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. And I don't care about you supporting Steelers because I'm not supporting none of them. I ain't watching that NFL stuff no more. So Janice says she tried not to watch any movies dealing with the supernatural. Why? Give you bad dreams. You be looking around, trying to see if anything is going. Yes, I will. I'll call you. I'll try to call you this evening. But all right, y'all, I got to get ready to get out of here. GC says she would love to meet Mrs. Livingston. She's a nice lady. Otherwise, she wouldn't deserve to be with me. But all right, y'all. I got to get out of here and do these reports. Got to go do the reports. She would not do an after show with me. She would not. She ain't down with all of that. It's snowing about an inch outside. All right. I like the snow. I like driving in the snow. I like all of that. So for me, the snow was fine. I'm cool with it. And I will have fun, get home. Only thing that did you already do your COVID test this week? No, I got to go do one. I guess tomorrow. I got to go do one tomorrow. I don't, where are they doing free tests now? Because, the CARES money ran out. So all of the free tests, I ain't got time to be waiting hours in no damn line for no free tests. And it's got to be the PCR test. So I gotta go tomorrow and get a PCR test. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll make an appointment somewhere to go do one. I ain't trying to pay no $100 or whatever for one. But I guess if I got to pay for one, then I will. But yeah, I'm not waiting no hours. I'm not waiting hours for one. I need to go somewhere where I can make an appointment, wait a good 20 minutes or so, get my test, and get out. And I'm not going anywhere with Lincoln. He probably is still contagious, even though he planned on going out to a game. But I don't trust that latest Ethos lab. I'll look into it. I don't trust those latest 5-day waiting period. I don't trust that. I don't trust it. How did it go from 14 days to 5 days? How did it go from 14 days to 5 days? If it was just 5 days, I would have been in here 5 days. My symptoms, after I tested positive, my symptoms didn't even get bad until 14 days later. That's the truth. My symptoms didn't get bad until 14 days later. Those first 2 weeks that I was out, I kept saying to Mrs. Livingston, I could go to work today. I'm just laying here in the bed, but I could go to work today. Like, I felt nothing. And then I think it was day number 15. I was like, oh, boy. This is what the coronavirus feel like. But them first 2 weeks, so you can't tell me 14 to 10 to 5. I don't trust it. But, all right, I really do. I got to go. Let me get these reports together. And I appreciate all y'all support. I really do. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Until next time, it's been the afternoon experience. Okay, wait a minute. Somebody show me something. I'm sorry, I gotta look at this. I'm sorry, looking at the stuff. Yeah, I figured everybody would be closed. All right. I'll look at these. Thank you. I will look at them. I got to get this test done. But all right, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hanging out with me. Until next time. I'm out, y'all. Peace.